earlier there was one staging area location suggested by law enforcement officials. We have since learned that that is no longer the staging area. Keep in mind, these circumstances are fluid. The priority is securing the perimeter, making sure all students and staff are accounted for, and notifying parents what to do. For now, they are encouraging parents not to go to the school. I know as a mom that is very hard to hear. Your instinct is to run and go get your babies. But right now, law enforcement has secured the streets around the school. They're not really letting anyone in. We did see one car allowed to go in earlier, but that's it. There are no ambulances rushing to the scene. This does not appear to be a mass casualty situation. We have not heard of any type of large-scale triage happening at the two major hospital systems in Winston-Salem either.
From what we can see, this appears to be very contained. We have seen a large law enforcement presence outside of the school near the front gate and in the parking lot area. We've seen Winston-Salem Police, we've seen the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, and then outside of the gate, we have seen several parents, many that want answers. Is my child involved in this? Lots of questions. One of our reporters, Amber Lake, on scene says she's seen some parents even collapse. But what we didn't see was drones, helicopters, things of that nature, which again lets us know, canines. It just seems very, very contained at the moment.
And we can make those comparisons because unfortunately we have had two other incidents involving Winston-Salem Forsyth County School students in the last couple of years. In 2021, we mentioned this a couple times already because this really relaunched that conversation about safety and the protocols in place when Mount Tabor had a deadly incident. There was also the situation at Forsyth Tech when Winston-Salem students were there visiting for the day. Again, unconfirmed the severity of the injuries in this particular stabbing. I want to make that very clear. Let's head out to WFMY News 2's Christina Dillon. She is live hearing from parents. Christina, what can you tell us?
That's right. So they've got parents right here in this parking lot across from the school. They've began to gather here. You can kind of see some of them on that lawn. We are not allowed to go into that area per the school at this time, but we have seen parents over there, some even collapse. Amber Lake, our other reporter, saw that earlier. We've seen some embraces, hugging. All eyes on the school, which is on this side of the road. As you can see, there are law enforcement parked outside. You can see Winston-Salem Police. The gates are closed, so nobody's going in or out at this time, including students or parents. We haven't seen any activity with them shifting to and from the gate. We do know that there, like you said, haven't been any helicopters, haven't been any drones, just these cars on the ground right now. We haven't spoke with any parents at this time, but we do expect there to be a press conference within the next hour. So we're thinking we might be able to talk to some people, get a better idea of what exactly is happening here at the school right now.
That news conference set to happen sometime around 2 o'clock, and we know in covering similar situations that is typically when we will learn the specifics of what happened, when, who is involved, who is hurt if anyone, and who the suspect is. None of that confirmed right now. And Lauren, I think it's really interesting. We're not seeing a whole lot of chatter on social media, which tends to be typical. You know, we hear the warning from law enforcement time and again not to share rumors. That perpetuates fear and prevents real information from getting to parents and guardians who need it.
Yeah, and going off of that, we want to remind folks to not share whatever it is that you see on social media. You want confirmed information. And speaking of, we just got an email from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, a media release. So I'm reading this to you live on the air as it just came into my inbox. It says the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and the Winston-Salem Police Department are responding to an incident at North Forsyth High School. The investigation is in its preliminary stages and limited information is available at this time. At this time, there is no immediate threat to our community. That was a big question that we had, which also is why we're seeing so much containment right now. So the press release also says families of North Forsyth High School students have been communicated with by local law enforcement and the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School System. The Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District Office will communicate further updates to parents directly. We understand concerns for community safety and are committed to providing timely updates as confirmed information becomes available. Our primary focus remains the safety and well-being of the students, staff, and community members involved. And again, they're telling us that a news conference will happen at 2 p.m. today at the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Education Building, and that's when we're going to learn more of those details. But they have confirmed that there is no threat to the community, the public at large.
Which we had thought was the case, thankfully, because we did not see the drones, the helicopters, ambulances to and from the school. It is not that type of situation, at least not right now. We know this news conference we just learned will include Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, Winston-Salem Police Department, and the school district. And unfortunately, we've seen all three of those agencies gather for similar incidents within the last few years. Let's go to Amber Lake. She is live at the scene. Amber, you've also been talking with parents. It's an incredibly emotional day. You have been very careful, respectfully so, to report only what is confirmed. What have you learned new in the last few minutes?
Well, I did want to jump on here real quick and tell you that I just heard back from the school district, and the school is not on lockdown. I asked her specifically, I said, is the school still on lockdown? She said no. So we do know that for sure. We did just get that press release from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, and you just read it off. We have a press conference at 2 p.m. That's hopefully going to give us more information about the situation. We still have a lot of law enforcement on presence. It seems like they are letting some people out, but it looks like maybe some investigators are the ones pulling out, but they're closing those gates again. In that press release, they did say that there is no active threat and no immediate threat to the community, which is great to hear. We have had parents on the other side of this road. They are embracing each other. They are just waiting for those answers. And we're hoping to get those answers come 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it is looking like, because this statement from the sheriff's office was fairly vague, that a lot of those answers will not come until 2. Of course, they typically want to make sure that all the ducks are in a row, all the information is aligned among the different agencies investigating the situation. There are several road closures in and around the school, as you've seen in some of our vantage points from our live crews. Our crews have been asked by law enforcement to keep a distance, of course, as this unfolds. It is a very sensitive situation there, and unfortunately just brings back so many difficult memories for parents who maybe have older children who have gone through this district. Safety has been a conversation for many, many years. I know a lot of the focus lately has been on this big budget crisis, but safety predates that. It is the reason many parents have told us they question whether to keep their children in the district long term.
The parent that Amber spoke with earlier today said she had a mother's intuition. Something on her heart was telling her, I shouldn't let my child go to school today. And we've seen time and time again, whenever there's violence involving youth, even off school property, we've seen the police chief, we've seen the sheriff's office talk about the importance of families and parents and everyone working together to be involved to keep our children safe. And speaking of parents, the sheriff's office says that the school district has reached out to parents and communicated with them where they need to go in order to be reunited with their children, and that they will continue to give further updates.
I did just have a question from a viewer on social media asking about the news we've confirmed. She's confused about whether this is or is not a stabbing. We did confirm with the sheriff's office earlier that it is a stabbing. Initially, early on, if you've been with us for a while, it retracted that information, but then said it was indeed a stabbing. It's just unclear how many students or administrators, if it was a student at all. So all of that we will learn at 2 o'clock today. And, you know, Lauren, speaking not just as a journalist, but just as a human, as a mother, I feel for these parents. I mean, everyone prays every day when they send their children to school. Today will not be the day that something bad happens.
Absolutely, and you never want to live in fear, but we're seeing time after time these acts of violence happening at our schools, not just in the district here, but across the nation. You know, a school is supposed to be a safe haven, and right now when there's so many unanswered questions, I can only imagine what a parent is thinking right now if their child goes to this school. Is my student okay? You know, what is going on here? But again, that news conference at 2 p.m. is going to get us a lot of this information, because mainly what we do know right now is that there's no threat to the public. And we also know that there was a stabbing at North Forsyth High School. We're just working to figure out all the mechanics, who all is involved.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I know we've talked about the other incidents of violence involving this district in the past few years. But that's not to say there's not good that happens at Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. There is so much good that happens in this district. There are incredible students, incredible educators. The fact that the school district is talking about safety is a good thing. These conversations are happening because there is this vested interest to protect the safety of all of the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools families going forward. The district wants this district to be a place where families want to move to send their children to these schools, knowing they're going to be educated, knowing they're going to be safe in class.
And we've even seen a rollout of using metal detectors. We've seen
last year
we've seen some of the rules change when it comes to going to certain activities and sporting events, as far as the kind of bags that you can bring into certain activities. So a lot of work is being done. It's not something that changes overnight, but people care about this community. They care about the students, and that's why these conversations continue to be had, that it doesn't all rest on one person. It doesn't all rest on the school district or law enforcement. It's all of us, the families, you know, what me and you do, sharing these stories of what's happening in the community so folks can get involved. So our hearts and prayers really go out to the families of anyone involved in just those students that go to the school, because school is supposed to be a safe haven. It's supposed to be a safe place, not where you see mass law enforcement on a Tuesday afternoon.
Chief Penn has talked a lot recently about violence in Winston-Salem in general, and in fact even the sheriff's office this morning posted some crime stats in the area. Curbing violence, especially among young people, has been a focus, not only in schools, but also surrounding areas, especially downtown. And I remember having Chief Penn on the show just a year or so ago. There was a situation at the fair that year, and he implored not only young people, but also their parents to have accountability, responsibility, and keep track of where these children are, who they're hanging out with, and what kinds of decisions they are making that can stay with them for the long term. I've had personal conversations with Sheriff Kimbrough as well. He is a big mentor in this community. He has 7 sons, and he has a vested interest in the well-being of children.
Also, the staff, the teachers, they do so much and they work so hard. And I know that this is a separate issue from the budget crisis that's been happening in Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. But our teachers and staff, they have been through a lot this year. And, you know, they have to lead the charge as well to keeping our students safe. And we want to make sure that they're safe as well. So this is just very, very, very heavy, especially as we head into the holiday season. This is not the type of news that we want to be reporting.
So we are working to get Christina Dillon back up, but while we get to that, I want to confirm some information she just relayed to our team here, that students, she learned, are being bused to a location to then ultimately reunite with their parents. We have not been told what that location is, and that could be intentionally because of a security type situation. So just know that we are learning students will be bused from the school to a designated location, and the school district had said in just the last few minutes in its memo you read live on the air, Lauren, that it is communicating directly with parents and guardians who need to know the information.
One thing we want to stress, parents are being asked not to come to the school, and as we can see in this live picture here, they're not really letting people in. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 cars allowed out that wasn't law enforcement. So parents are being asked not to come to the school, but parents are being contacted by the district directly on more details of where they could reunite with their child.
And if you're just now joining us, we have not heard of any type of a large-scale triage situation at local hospitals, no mass casualty situation. We saw 1 ambulance leave the scene earlier, but since then we have not seen any, just these police and deputy vehicles that are on scene blocking the roads into and out of school. This is a busy time of day in Winston-Salem. This school is in the heart of the county, and it is a flagship high school. If you're unfamiliar with North Forsyth's history, it dates back to 1963. There are approximately 1,000 students per year, grades 9 through 12. It is well known for its health magnet program. So you're talking about a school that's been here for a while. Multi-generations of families have gone through this school. There is a sense of community there, and this community will be coming together, as we've seen time and again, to process whatever happened today and make sure students and staff feel supported.
Absolutely. Right now, as we can see from this live picture, we do see drivers, cars going past, so it doesn't look like to be any immediate road closures outside of the school. We do have that front gate entrance by this welcome sign blocked off. It actually looks like within the last half hour or so, we haven't seen as many law enforcement officers outside the front gate. Remember, at one point we saw nearly a dozen officers canvassing that area. It doesn't appear to be the case at the moment. When we were last panning over to the actual gate, it looked like I maybe saw about 3 or 4 people there.
Yeah, and as we heard Amber report, the school is not currently on a lockdown or a shelter in place. And we heard from Christina, also near the scene, that these students are going to be hopping on buses and going to meet at a staging area. Parents are in direct line of communication with the school district getting that information. We know this is high school. A lot of students drive themselves to school, so we have not received any information about when your child will be able to pick up his or her vehicle. But it appears this school perimeter is secure, and so it might be a while before you have access to get your belongings or your vehicle from the parking lot.
Speaking of secure, we hadn't heard of any closures for businesses or restaurants, anyone nearby, any other nearby schools, so it seems to be very much contained. It looks like Amber is getting in place here. Amber, if you can hear us, do you have any updated information? Have you talked to anyone new since you've been out on the scene?
I have not, but I did want to just jump back on here and reiterate the fact that the school is not on lockdown anymore. Again, we reached out to the district and they said it is not on lockdown. Of course, we still have law enforcement here. We still have parents here. I mean, this is going on a couple hours now that we've had all of these people on scene. We're just all working to get more information as to what happened. But we're waiting for that 2 p.m. press conference. We do have our Christina Dillon that's going to be going to that press conference to hopefully learn more information as to what happened here at North Forsyth High School today. We have been seeing a lot more cars pulling out of this front entrance, but they're keeping those gates closed. I think it's to keep obviously some people out so they can work on their investigation. But it does look like you can see these more and more cars are pulling out of this high school parking lot.
Okay, Amber, thank you. We have just been having some internal conversations here, and we just learned an update hearing from a parent in Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools that he or she received a memo saying bus routes will be delayed today across the district. So this parent did not elaborate on that, but I know in covering these situations that typically when one school needs a bus or buses to transport children from the school to, say, a staging area, that takes resources away from other schools, meaning dismissals cannot typically happen as they normally do. So bus routes will be delayed. If you have a child who is not at this school and is at another school, you need to be mindful of any communication from that particular school about when your child is expected home and if you can pick that child up, where to do so.
Yeah, so this is a situation that's impacting not just the students and parents of North Forsyth High School, but parents and students across the district. Again, the students at North Forsyth, they are being sent to a certain location, and parents have been contacted by the school system directly as to where they can get their child. But we're also learning that other students in the district, their buses might be delayed.
Yeah, because if you're unfamiliar with how this works, maybe you don't have a school-aged child, districts here to share resources and share buses stagger the start times for school. So elementary goes first, meaning they're going to be the first to dismiss in just a little bit. So your elementary school student might not be home on time in the next hour or so. So again, be in communication with your child's school to figure out what the next steps are for you. But there is no longer a lockdown at North Forsyth High School. It appears the perimeter is secure, and 30 minutes from now, we're going to have a news conference. It's going to be with the school district, with the sheriff's office, and with Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. I know each of us has individually reached out to law enforcement contacts we know who have not provided responses yet. So it looks like they are waiting until this news conference to make sure everybody is receiving the same information and that parents know what they need to know.
One thing that we have learned from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, they have said that there is no immediate threat to the public, to the community. That was something a lot of folks were asking us, and we were working to find out. So there's no threat to the public at this moment. It's been contained. Let's go ahead and go back out to our field crew, Amber Lake, who is standing by. Hey, Amber.
Okay. Hey guys, I just talked to our Christina Dillon. She was able to go over and talk to a couple parents, and they told her that according to the school, according to their students, that they are being put on buses, the students, and they're being bussed out of this high school area. We haven't seen any buses come by, and we haven't had that confirmed with the district yet, but that is what our Christina Dillon was able to find out from some of the parents who are standing on the other side of the street right now. Like we've been seeing cars driving out of this entrance. We've been seeing law enforcement still on scene. Obviously, we have some law enforcement that are directing traffic right now. We have parents that are continuing to stay on the other side of the street. It's just kind of a wait and see game right now.
Amber, I have a question for you. At one point, we saw like half a dozen law enforcement officers kind of congregating towards the gate. Have you seen them canvassing other parts of the school, maybe looking for evidence, like placing evidence markers anywhere?
You know, we really haven't. I mean, they've just been kind of staying right here in this area at the entrance of the school. I mean, when we first got here, there obviously were a lot more law enforcement, a lot more parents, people. It was just kind of chaos, right? People were kind of running around, screaming, yelling, crying. There was a lot going on, but it seems like it has kind of settled a little bit. And, you know, police officers have been pulling out of this area as well.
So Amber, this school was on a 2-hour delay today. The district as a whole was on a 2-hour delay because of the threat of black ice. Do we know how soon after students arrived this situation happened?
We do not, but I will say that we got the call from a viewer that this situation had happened around 11 o'clock, 11:15, and then we arrived here at noon. So if that tells you anything, I mean, you said it yourself, it was a couple-hour delay, and then we're told about this around 11:15, so.
Yeah, so, and we've previously reported that last year the district decided to start implementing metal detectors. We saw a demonstration of that over at Glenn High School. Safety has long been a conversation. Have parents talked to you about whether they've felt any specific safety concerns at this school over the last year?
So a mom that I talked to about 2 hours ago, she said that she is not surprised by the situation that happened here today. She said that she is hoping that her son is able to graduate early so he can get out of this school as quick as possible. Obviously, we're going to need to talk to the district to see what kind of incidents they've had. But she said that whenever her son texted her and told her about the stabbing here today, she said she wasn't surprised, but she was scared. She said that if metal detectors were used today, why wouldn't it have caught a weapon if whatever type of weapon was used in the stabbing, you know?
As far as parents go, I know earlier you were talking about the emotion in the air. You saw parents collapsing. Do you still see some of those same individuals across the street? Have more parents come and gone? What is the energy like now? You've been there for about an hour and a half now.
That initial family that collapsed to the ground, it seems like they have left this area. I'm telling you guys, I mean, we could cover some pretty tough, difficult stories, right? But seeing this, what looked like it was two women. They just started hollering and screaming and collapsing to their knees, and random parents who didn't even know them were running up and embracing them and hugging them on the ground. It was a sight to see, I'm telling you. And I mean, it seems like all of the media outlets kind of shed a tear as well, because you could just feel the pain that these women were feeling. Though that family seems to have left this area, but there are some other families that are still here. I was told earlier by a bystander that another family who may have had somebody involved is staying on scene as well. They're not wanting to talk to media right now for obvious reasons, because this is an emotional time, but you know, some families are sticking around because they just want answers.
You know, Amber, I really feel every word you said, because all of us as parents send our kids out the door every morning praying they will get to and from school safely, that they can learn and enjoy and have fun at school and not be affected by violence. This is absolutely devastating. Just last year, a situation outside Carver High School, also one that happened about 10 years ago. I remember reporting on that from the scene. We had Mount Tabor in 2021. We had Forsyth Tech. You covered, I believe, the Forsyth Tech situation where there were students from Winston-Salem, Forsyth County schools there that day. Can you compare and contrast the response between that, although I know that happened on a community college campus, and what you're seeing now? Are there similarities?
You know, there really were, and I'm sure my camera woman behind the camera can vouch for this as well, but whenever we pulled up to the scene, it was oddly similar to that Forsyth Tech situation. You pull up, people are running around, people are screaming, there's law enforcement everywhere. You don't really know where to go. You don't know what's going on, but it's just chaos. That's just the word that is best can describe this situation when we first got here today, was chaos, just like when we were at Forsyth Tech.
Just a devastating situation. All of us are still processing, even when we don't know the full circumstances of what happened, if it even was a student who was hurt, who the suspect is, what specifically led to whatever happened. But you're already, Amber, you're already seeing this collective grief and this collective call to action. We need to make our schools safer. And that's been something even the sheriff and police chief had said over the last few years.
Exactly, and I mean, we've covered so many press conferences, even this year, with the police chief, with the sheriff, saying that it takes a whole community, right, to help prevent situations like this from happening. Police officers, sheriff's deputies, they can only do so much. It takes teachers, it takes neighbors, it takes parents and family members to make sure that we are teaching our children better, to know right from wrong, to not hang out with the wrong people, and to prevent situations like this from happening, because nobody wants to send their kid to school and hope that a shooting or a stabbing doesn't happen. I mean, it's a crazy time that we live in, that's for sure.
And Amber, I know earlier we did see at one point a group of students walk out into the parking lot area with law enforcement. Have you seen any other students, or from your time being at the school today, what were their emotions like? What were the expressions on their faces like? I know you were able to see the pain that some of the parents were feeling, but what did the energy or the emotion look like on some of the students that were walking out the building, or any other students that you may have come across?
You know, it seems like the general emotion here today is just shock. Like, how do you fathom a situation like this, right? And we don't even know the extent of what happened here today, but just knowing that a stabbing happened on a high school campus, it's shock. I mean, I'm shocked reporting it, and we do this all the time. So seeing these parents and these students coming out and holding each other and being able to finally leave this campus, it's just shock on their face. They're like, what happened here today?
All right, thank you, Amber. We know you are gathering details, and we appreciate your thorough and responsible coverage. Our field crews are working this as it happens, and also navigating the emotion of the parents on scene, and it's very difficult.
Yeah, our hearts, our prayers really go out. It's no situation any family member wants to be in ever.
I want to mention something we have not talked about yet, because this news conference is coming up in about 20 minutes. What you might be hearing and what you might not hear. Keep in mind, if this situation involves students, the likelihood is that they could be minors, unless they're 18 years old and seniors at this particular high school. Remember when Mount Tabor happened, it took a while to get the name of the suspect in that situation. That suspect was a student, a minor at the time, and it took a while to release that name. Well, in the time since that has happened, there is a new law in place, Devin and Lyric's law. It allows judges to release names and photos of minors accused in serious crimes if it's approved under certain circumstances. Now, normally that's a case where they're looking for a suspect, and in this case, again, we don't know who the suspect is, but it appears the threat, and we've confirmed the threat, is not present. This situation is contained. But I just wanted to explain kind of the backstory in case you do or do not hear names of students at this news conference coming up in about 20 minutes.
And in that particular case, there was a teenager that was not 18 that committed this crime, where two other teenagers were killed, and there was a lot of information that was not released to the public. But once this law passed, depending on the extent of the crime, information can be released to the public if a minor is indeed facing charges.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. Again, all that's preliminary. That's just background for your knowledge to help process what you might be hearing as this news conference gets underway. Let's reset for a moment. If you're just joining us, let's recap what we have learned so far. If you've been with us for a while, some of this will be repetitive. This is a breaking news situation. We are reporting only what we can confirm responsibly and out of respect for all of the families of these students at these schools who did not anticipate hearing this type of circumstance today. So all this happened shortly after students got to North Forsyth High School. The school was on a 2-hour delay because of ice potential this morning. A lot of high schoolers drive themselves, of course, so out of safety, they were on a delay. This school is located kind of in the heart of Forsyth County. Downtown's not far from here. You can see on this map, Highway 52, Highway 8 are right there. You have Cherry Street to the south, and then you have Haynes Mill Road to the north.
Yes, so we have gotten confirmation that a stabbing did take place at North Forsyth High School. This is coming from the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. No more details as far as how many people were involved. And then we also learned from the Sheriff's Office that there is no immediate threat to the community. A lot of parents have been reaching out to us. A lot of parents have been asking, where can I find my children? We have also learned that the school system, the Winston-Salem Forsyth County school system, has reached out to parents directly as to where they can reunite with their child. That is an undisclosed location that we have not been given.
We also have an important update for all Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools families. We have learned from a parent that parents received a memo saying bus routes this afternoon will be delayed. So elementary students, they will be getting out in the next hour or so. They will be delayed, and we are understanding that those lines of communication are happening directly between parents and their child's particular school. So if you have not gotten a notification, make sure you call your child or grandchild's school to figure out what to do and what time you can expect your child home today. Typically in these situations, as we've seen in previous incidents we've just discussed, when a school needs several buses to transport students from one school somewhere else, that takes resources away from other schools in the district. So I believe that that is the reason these bus routes elsewhere in the district will be delayed today. Now, for how long, it's unclear.
And we already know there's been ongoing reports of bus driver shortages and things of that nature, so the resources are very much limited. Let's go ahead and pull up a full screen of the release that we got from the Sheriff's Office. Want to read some of the responses. So the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and the Winston-Salem Police Department are responding to an incident at North Forsyth High School. The investigation is in its preliminary stages and limited information is available. That is according to this press release that we received earlier today, maybe about 30 minutes ago. So at this time, there is no immediate threat to the community. The press release goes on to say families of North Forsyth High School students have been communicated with by local law enforcement and the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School System. The Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District Office will communicate further updates to parents directly. So then this release goes on to say, we understand concerns for community safety and are committed to providing timely updates as confirmed information becomes available. Our primary focus remains the safety and well-being of the students, staff, and community members involved. Once again, this press conference will be at 2 p.m. today at the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Education Building. That location, 4800 Bethania Station Road. And at the press conference will be a briefing with Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, Winston-Salem Police Department, and the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District. And as we've been saying, details are very limited at this time, but at this conference at 2, in the next 15 minutes or so, that's when we're going to get more concrete information.
You know, Forsyth County is unique in that the partnership between the Sheriff's Office and Police Department is very good. Those lines of communication are very good. We've talked a little bit today about how Chief Penn and Sheriff Kimbrough both collectively emphasize the importance of parent responsibility, child accountability. They both work in mentoring students and increasing safety protocols at school. This was supposed to be a normal day today. The school district's website still has the Board of Education meeting, of course, on Tuesday night, still on the calendar for tonight. It's unclear if that will be canceled. We know North Forsyth High School had a band performance tonight. This was supposed to be a normal day. There was that 2-hour weather delay, but students were getting back into the swing of things. And then Amber had mentioned she believes whatever occurred here, which we now know to be a stabbing, happened sometime around 11. So soon after students arrived at school for the day.
You know, we've been talking about this call to action when it comes to safety and violence when it comes to our teens. And we've seen a lot of our leaders in law enforcement talk about it's not just on the schools. It's not just on law enforcement. Students spend a lot of time at home. If anything, most of their day is at home with weekends included. So it really is this community effort. We've seen mentorship programs. We've seen just more investment in resources when it comes to safety. We've seen that with the rollout of metal detectors that rolled out last year. So work is being done and these conversations are being had. It's just so unfortunate that something like this has happened yet again. We've seen these recent incidents. We talked about Mount Tabor in 2021. This was actually when I had just gotten to Greensboro. That might have been my second month on the desk when that incident happened and how chaotic that was. We had a situation at Carver High School that happened not too long ago. So something has to be done, and it's unfortunate that things like this happen for us to continue to have these conversations. But school is supposed to be a safe space. It's supposed to be a place where parents know that their student is going to be okay.
Yeah, you know, as a mother, it is one of the things I grapple with every day. Is my child safe at school? And how can I ensure that safety? All of us have asked those questions. All of us pray that every day we send our kids out the door, they will be safe, learn, have fun, make friends, do the things you're supposed to do at school, and not ever encounter the type of violence that unfortunately we know schools now have to train for, have to prepare for. We know our public school system as a whole has safety protocols in place. There are drills that occur. There are drills law enforcement has to do at various schools to get a sense of how to respond. And it looks like that response today was very methodical. It is unclear the time frame from when this happened to how soon those law enforcement agents got on scene. But we're working to get that answered, hopefully in the news conference in 12 minutes. Let's get back to, I believe, Amber Lake.
Amber, you've been on the scene for at least an hour and a half now. Just kind of set the tone of everything you've learned and what you're seeing.
The bus is leaving.
Yes, we see a bus taking off as we speak.
First off, I do want to tell you that, yep, we have the bus, and it looks like it is full of students right now. Oh, we have more buses. I'm going to move out of the way. We have more buses pulling out of the North Forsyth High School campus, and it looks like they are all full. It looks like all of the buses are full with students. They're all going the same way. Oh wow, it is one after another buses, and it looks like they're being escorted by police right now as well.
Okay, so what we're seeing right now is likely the reason other schools in the district are telling parents that their students might not get home on time. It looks like a lot of the resources here are being sent to North Forsyth to make sure these students, many of whom likely don't take the bus because they drive themselves to school, are being transported to a secure location to meet with their families. Amber, what have you learned about that reunification? Is there a publicly disclosed staging area, or is that information staying private right now?
No, it's still private. We aren't really sure where these buses are going. We have heard some rumblings around here that they're going to certain places, but I don't want to give false information right now. I did want to mention though, Megan, I just learned from my grandmother actually that I have a cousin that goes to this high school. And so I was able to reach out to him and learn what his point of view was during this situation. He said that he was there during the stabbing. He said that this was during a class change, and he said that he was going from one class to another when two students got into an argument. This all started over an argument, according to my family member, and he said that during that argument, one of the students pulled out a knife, and that's when everyone just kind of took off and started running. He said that everyone ended up being in lockdown. He was in the auditorium for a long time, and one of my uncles actually just pulled up in a car saying that he was coming to check on him to make sure that he was okay. You know, obviously he's shaken up about this and he's emotional, but you know, we're starting to learn a lot more about this situation, and it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, you know.
Amber, this is the first time we're hearing that you have family connections to that school, and we're so sorry. This must be very difficult to report, and we respect the care that you've given to our coverage today and the empathy you've shown for the families there. What can you tell us about your knowledge of this particular school, the environment there, the sense of community?
I mean, it seems like everyone is coming out here today, and I don't know much about this school. I mean, we've covered different sporting event stories here, but I don't know much about this school. But what I've seen from these parents standing across the street waiting for information and answers, they all seem to be just holding one another and being there for one another. It seems like a very tight, close community out here, just like most schools are. I mean, when one person in a school district or in a community is hurting or is hurt, the entire community hurts, right? That's how it feels like it is today.
All right, thank you, Amber. We will check in with you. We appreciate your updates and your responsible journalism in relaying this information. Let's get to Christina Dillon. She is live at the location where this news conference is going to be happening in just a few minutes. Does it look like this is going to all start on time, Christina?
That's right. We're at the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Education Building. They are planning to have a press conference here at 2 p.m. What we do know is that there was an incident at this high school and there was a stabbing. So we've got cameras ready to set up. The Sheriff's Office, Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, Winston-Salem Police Department, and the school board will be here, or the education will be here to talk about this incident. They're going to relay information. We don't know exactly what they're going to say yet, but they will be, talking about the incident. There were law enforcement vehicles at the school. It was gated for a while, but they opened the gates. They started letting people out. I did talk to a parent down there that said they were going to begin busing students out and letting them meet them at some location that they didn't release to the press. Of course, the school district did not confirm that, but a parent did tell me that. So we will keep up with the updates from this press conference and let you know what we find out.
All right, thank you, Christina. That was our Christina Dillon. She's currently at the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Education Building, where a news conference is going to take place in the next 8 minutes at 2 p.m. where we will find out more details about this stabbing, which the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office has confirmed at North Forsyth High School. You could see them setting up. It looked like we did start to see some people sitting at the podium or a conference style type thing. So hopefully it will be able to start on time, because there is a lot of unknown information, a lot of unanswered questions, and we're hoping to get more of those questions answered at this news conference.
What you're going to hear is hopefully answers to those questions. And also, I strongly suspect you are going to hear a joint plea from the police chief, from the sheriff, and from the school superintendent that there needs to be a collective call to action in improving student safety. Students should feel safe going to school. This has been a conversation that has spanned the 13 years nearly I've been here. It is a conversation we've heard repeatedly, not only in the school setting, but also in the general public, a problem with youth violence. Now, again, it's unclear if this particular situation involved youth, but people seem to indicate that it might have, because it happened on school grounds. The school is no longer on a lockdown. You can see the sheriff's deputies there still securing the area. We saw about 5 or 6 buses leave packed with students. Amber was reporting she saw students on board those buses. They're meeting their parents at an undisclosed location. And subsequently, because this school is using the resources, I imagine that is the reason that the school district is telling parents of children at other schools that their students might be late getting home. Bus routes are delayed district-wide.
Yeah, because we know the elementary students go to school first, then we have the middle school students and the high school students. So the elementary students would essentially be getting getting out of school around this time. I want to go back out to what Amber was talking about when she was talking about different family members and just different people out there on the scene, holding each other, supporting each other. That's important in situations like this. You said that law enforcement is going to talk about the importance of everyone in the community stepping up to help curb violence, but in a time like this, we need to be there to support our neighbors that, you know, unfortunately are going through a tough time.
We've heard messaging too from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction as a whole that it wants our public schools here in North Carolina to be the top choice for families. And to do that, you have to ensure the schools are, of course, academically challenging, but also that they are safe and secure. And according to our reporting earlier, there has been some conversation among families in this particular school that there are some challenges with violence in this particular building. So we are working to figure out some answers and solutions to what is going on there, because Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools has so much to offer families. There have been so many good things that have happened there over the years, and unfortunately just in the past several we have heard of situations going on. We want to get back out to Lauren. I know we're having a little bit of communication issue just with the signal in that area. Lauren, what are you observing and hearing where you are?
All right, so I am across the street from the back entrance of North Forsyth High School. Right here, you can see there are 2 police officers standing. They are the ones monitoring this entrance, letting anybody in or out. Since I've been here, I haven't seen many cars go in, but I have seen several buses come out. Looking through the windows of those buses, it does not appear that they are carrying any students. This is a handful of buses, maybe 5 or 6 that I've seen leave in the last half hour that I've been here. The only cars or vehicles that I have seen be able to get in this entrance are state trooper cars, marked law enforcement cars, and maybe other cars that are seemingly unmarked. But again, these 2 officers right here are checking credentials to make sure that whoever is getting in or out of here is definitely allowed to be doing that. You can see right now, here's a school bus leaving. I don't know if we can see inside the windows, but again, it does not appear that there are any students on this bus. I can see through. Yep, I don't see any heads, any students. They're stopping traffic periodically, again, just to let these buses go. But that's all we can really see from this back entrance. Again, not a whole lot of traffic back here, or people trying to get in or out. It's really just been kind of a flow of those school buses, but definitely more coming out than are going in.
All right, thank you, Lauren. I know you can't hear us, but I want to speak to a point Lauren brought up, because it is slightly different from what we heard from Amber, who is at a different entrance of the school. Keep in mind, this campus is huge. So Lauren said she saw what appeared to be buses without students. The buses Amber saw had a lot of students. So perhaps these excess buses the school district has are now being sent elsewhere in the district to get other students home on time as these bus routes are delayed. I just talked with Julie Luck, who is making some calls to try to confirm if there is a direct connection between the district's delayed release of students or the delayed routes and this particular incident, and that is unconfirmed at this time. But we know, based on past precedent, normally this converging of resources means that resources are taken from other efforts.
Yeah. We do have that news conference that is starting at 2 o'clock, which is a minute from now. We did just have that live picture of the podium there. It looks like things are still getting set up. We don't see anyone sitting in the chairs in the front. We do see some white flags. But again, at this news conference is where we're going to learn some more concrete information. What we have confirmed right now is the Sheriff's Office, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, is saying a stabbing did occur at North Forsyth High School. It looks like someone is speaking at the podium now, maybe as they prepare and do mic checks to get ready. But this is where we're going to learn more details about all that took place here at the school.
So something else interesting is that the new interim superintendent, Phipps, of Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, just started in this role 8 days ago.
Yes.
On December 1st. So this will likely be the first time we're hearing about a very serious situation as he is at the helm. And I will be curious to see how specifically he addresses this, what the tone is, what the messaging is, because we do expect to hear from Chief Penn and Sheriff Kimbrough about violence, and that it is not tolerated in our schools, and that we collectively, parents included, need to make sure there's accountability and responsibility.
Yeah, it will be interesting to hear his remarks. We did hear him at a news conference last week, very, very briefly, as he said he was, looking forward to his new role and in order to help get the school district out of a financial crisis that it's currently in. But we can assume that he will be speaking at this news conference today.
Yeah, and just to shed some light on safety initiatives, we know most of the area high schools, not only in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County schools, but throughout the Triad area, have school resource officers on campus who are that first line of defense if there is an act of violence. We know Winston-Salem, Forsyth County schools, high schools, just as Guilford County high schools have, metal detectors are now in place. It is unclear if those detectors were on, if they contributed at all to the speed of the response in this situation, because as we know, this school, North Forsyth, was on a delay. The district was on a delay because of freezing temperatures this morning. And then right after students arrived for the day, this happened, which we now know this is a confirmed stabbing.
All right, let's go ahead and go out to the press conference. It looks like they're getting started.
That is Sheriff Kimbrough.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to ask you all to pray for the families, pray for the community.
Vamos a creer que oremos para la familia.
It's truly another sad day in Forsyth County.
Es un día muy malo para el condado de Forsyth.
At approximately 11:04 a.m. this morning, our SRO sent out a communication
Aproximada a las 11:04 de la mañana, los oficiales mandaron un anuncio
that he needed all hands on deck. We responded to North Forsyth High School.
que necesitaban
Upon
toda
arrival,
la ayuda
we responded to an altercation between two students.
en North Forsyth, la escuela, entre una
Doing
pelea
this-
entre dos estudiantes.
During this occasion, the altercation, there was a loss of life.
En esta pelea hubo una muerte entre
What I
los
would tell
dos
you is that
estudiantes.
the families of the people involved have been notified. What I would tell you is that there is no danger to the community. What I would tell you is that Winston-Salem Police Department, City of Winston-Salem, Emergency Management, the school system, we're praying with the family, for the family, to bring resolution. I know you have a lot of questions. What I would tell you is that it's an ongoing investigation. What I can tell you is what this community needs now is prayer. I need your prayers. The principal needs your prayer. The community needs your prayer. We need prayer right now. That's what we need. I'm going to pause for a moment and bring Chief Penn to the podium to share a few words.
It's a dark day for our city. Events like this have shaken us to our very core. The Winston-Salem Police Department is an assisting agency in its investigation. Much like the Sheriff's Office and the school system, we're committed to identifying what occurred. What I would also say, and please by no means read more into this than what I'm saying, is that as a community, we're going to have to absolutely work together to stop senseless violence, period. I'd also like to say that whoever's sharing this video, liking this video, commenting on this video, please think about the insensitive nature of what you're doing. This isn't the time to clout chase. Our students, our teachers, all the staff at North Forsyth High School will need all of us. So as a community, again, I beg of us to come together to put an end to senseless violence. And at this time, I'm going to turn the podium over to Dr. Phipps.
I want to start by saying that our thoughts and prayers are with our students, staff, and family. When something like this happens, it impacts everyone involved, and that's certainly where our thoughts and prayers are. I want to express my sincere appreciation to local law enforcement and medical first responders for their quick responses and thorough work today. I also want to thank school faculty and staff members for their quick, responsive action. Today is a worst nightmare of any educator. We hurt when our students hurt, and this is the ultimate hurt that we can possibly feel. North Forsyth High School will be closed for students tomorrow. We will have our crisis team in place to meet with faculty and staff, and will extend those services to students upon their return. If immediate student needs arise, we encourage parents and guardians to look to the school's website for resources. As you've heard already, we covet your prayers, and certainly for all those involved.
I know there's a lot of questions that you probably have, but here's what I'm going to say as we close. It's an ongoing investigation. What the family needs now is your prayers. I just left the family. They need your prayers. The governor sends his prayers and condolences. He reached out. But I need prayers from the community. I need prayers from everybody. The school needs your prayer. The principal needs your prayer. The students. So what I'm asking you all to do in this community is that let's take a day of reflection and see where we are. Let's talk to our children, because our children need us now. The future is in need of us right now. All of us have been crying all morning. We have. I won't be answering any questions right now. I won't. They won't, because it's an ongoing investigation, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions. But as soon as we bring closure, what I will tell you is we will push the information out to you, as we've always been transparent. What I will tell you right now is that we have some work to do. Not just work with this, but we have some work to do in our community. I love you all. Again, my condolences and prayers to the family and all those involved, the students that have witnessed this. And again, I thank you for your time. At this time, we'll be concluding this press conference. Thank you all. As I said, I would love to entertain your questions. I think I stated at the beginning there was a loss of life of one. And that's all I'm going to give you. There was a loss of life of one. Thank you.
So wrapping up now, a live news conference about what happened at North Forsyth High School. There you see Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough. He is exiting along with the police chief, William Penn, and also Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools superintendent there. The main question that everyone had was who was involved and what happened. What he did answer for us was that it was between two students, so two students involved, and there is one fatality.
We are learning more, but still have a lot of unanswered questions here. During that news conference, you saw that Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough, there was not a Q&A. What we do know, this happened around 11 o'clock this morning at North Forsyth High School. There was a lockdown in place. That lockdown has since been lifted, and there is no threat to the community at this time. But during this news conference, no names were given. We do not know
the relationship of the two students?
Exactly. We haven't determined exactly how this all transpired. Our Amber Lake is on the scene. She has a family member who attends that high school, and she said that her family member witnessed somebody bring out a weapon, a knife, and then students scattered. So this is what we know right now. Still a lot, in terms of the perpetrator, We don't know that information yet, but there is no threat at the community around the surrounding community of North Forsyth High School right now.
Yeah, the sheriff was very quick to say that both families have been spoken to by police. He was also very quick to say that this is a time for prayer for our community, for the principal of that school, and for law enforcement, as this is an ongoing investigation.
And he also said that, Dr. Don Phipps, who is the new superintendent of Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, he really has only been on the job for maybe about a week or so. He said this is the worst nightmare for really anyone. Sheriff Kimbrough was saying that, the family needs prayers, and he is also saying that Governor Josh Stein also sent his condolences. Let's go live now back to North Forsyth High School. That's where we find WFMY News 2's Amber Lake with more about this ongoing situation at that school.
Guys, I watched the same press conference you did, and I mean, just listening to law enforcement, listening to the superintendent talk, I mean, you can tell just how many people are impacted by the stabbing here today. The superintendent said today is the worst nightmare of any educator, and that school here at North Forsyth High School will be closed tomorrow for obvious reasons. So many students and teachers dealt with probably the worst day of their lives today, and there's going to be a crisis team here for when students and staff do come back to provide that resource to them and to make sure that they have people to talk to and those resources to get through this situation. I mean, you mentioned earlier, I did find out earlier today that I have a family member that goes here, and I was able to text with him back and forth, and he told me that he is okay. He's just happy that he's safe. He said that it was during class change that this incident happened. He said 2 students were arguing, and then one of them pulled out a knife, and then, that loss of life happened. And I can't even wrap my head around having to wrap their head around this, right? I mean, when you're in high school, you worry about your next sporting game or the next play that you're in or your homework that's due the next day. You don't have to worry about, you shouldn't have to worry about shootings and stabbings and incidents like this where a student dies because of an argument, because a weapon was brought out and used in the midst of an argument. It's kind of crazy that we even have to keep reporting on stuff like this, but this has become a common thing that we report on nowadays because of this. And hearing from law enforcement, they have said the same thing that we've been reporting as well, that something needs to change. This isn't just a law enforcement problem. This is a community problem. This is a family problem. Everyone needs to step up to make sure that students are shown the right way, they know right from wrong, and that incidents like this are prevented.
Yeah, that was a big overarching thing that William Penn really wanted to talk about. Was he said we need to work together to stop senseless violence, that this is a dark day for our city and it has shaken us to our core, and unfortunately we have heard that specific sentence said over and over in our area.
Right, because it is not just one organization's job. We're talking about parents, we're talking about educators, we're talking about law enforcement as well. It is really a collective effort. Let's continue our coverage now with WFMY News 2's Lauren Tier, who's also at North Forsyth High School.
All right, so I am across the street from this back entrance on Shadowlawn Drive. And as you can see here, here's a bunch of school buses filing into this back entrance. I believe it's 4 or 5. I lost count. They have been escorted by law enforcement here. These 2 police officers right here are Winston-Salem police officers. They have been patrolling this entrance/exit, making sure only the people who are allowed in get in, and then helping to get the other people out who need to get out. That is requiring them to stop traffic on both lanes. But again, they are checking to make sure every person who is coming in this entrance is actually allowed to come in this entrance. I haven't seen too much traffic since being back here. Most of the in and out has actually been school buses. And I've seen a handful of school buses come out with no students on them. These were empty school buses. I don't know where they were headed, but of course they were permitted to leave the premises. And as you just saw, there was that file of school buses that came back into the school. So no information as to what exactly is going on, what those buses are filing in to do at this time. But again, this back entrance on Shadowlawn Drive is completely blocked off by these police officers, and they are not letting anyone in who is not allowed to be in. In Winston-Salem, Lauren Cheer, WFMY News 2.
All right, so Lauren gave us the picture there of the school buses coming in, coming out. So very often, certain schools are like the hub for school buses to be parked throughout the day until they go and finish their afternoon routes. So there were a lot of buses that were parked at North Forsyth that were waiting to then do their routes for that. So that's probably why the empty buses were leaving North Forsyth, and then you've got other buses coming in to actually get the kids to go on those other routes. Now, this is really interesting. When we were talking about how everything started around 11 o'clock, right? This altercation happened at 11 o'clock. The kids were on a delay for several hours today, so they didn't even get to school till almost 10:55. So this happened almost like right at the start of school.
Right, and you know, it's still unclear. A lot of things that we're still trying to get confirmed regarding metal detectors. Remember, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, they got upgraded metal detectors. Some schools did last year. We are still waiting to learn if those metal detectors were up and running at that time, so this morning. So that is something we are still waiting to hear back from to confirm. We do know that North Forsyth High School will be closed tomorrow, and the school district is going to be offering assistance to the students. Something that I find to be extremely alarming, what we learned during that news conference, is that the police chief, Chief Penn, was saying there's a video circulating about this incident, and is encouraging people, please do not share this. This is not something that this is extremely insensitive. Do not share that.
Yeah, he said people are sharing it, they're commenting. He said, please think about the impact that it's having on the community as a whole when you share that kind of video. Again, an ongoing investigation. They answered a lot of questions about what happened this morning at North Forsyth High School. We're giving you some video of what we took earlier in the day. Again, this happening right around the 11 o'clock hour. We were live right at noon or so, showing you the police presence all around North Forsyth High School. We showed you how there were several different kinds of law enforcement who were on scene. There were parents who were driving to the school, unable to get into the school because everything was gated off and shut off as they were trying to figure out what has happened.
Because keep in mind, when this all started to unfold, there was a lockdown in place. So a lot of parents obviously were very, very concerned, and some of them were showing up at the school because, you know, they wanted to get some information, and rightfully so. You can understand, as anybody who has a loved one in that situation, you want to know as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and even if they tell you don't go, you're going.
Yeah,
right,
there's
because
that
you want to know.
Exactly. You know, you want to be able to protect your loved ones. All right, let's head back to the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools Education Center. That is where the press conference wrapped up, and that's where we find WFMY News 2's Christina Dillon.
Take questions at the end of this press briefing. There are still some.
That's right. We were just at the press conference, and what we heard from the district and also from the Winston-Salem Police Department was that it was an altercation between two students, resulting in the loss of life of one student. They didn't say how it occurred, but they did mention that video is circulating, urging people to not continue to circulate that video, comment on it, like on it. They were very, adamant about avoiding that video because it is so sensitive. They talked about the families, that they need our prayers right now, the prayers of the community. They even mentioned that the governor has reached out in this case of just a tragic loss of life. So we are continuing. They said that they're not taking any questions, that this is an ongoing investigation. They said that they will continue to release information as they find more out about it. We do know that the SRO reached out to law enforcement agencies this morning when the incident occurred, saying that they needed all hands on deck. And that's when Winston-Salem Police Department, as well as the Sheriff's Office, responded to the emergency, and emergency or EMS also responded to North Forsyth High School, and that's when they, began telling us about this loss of life. And also parents were gathering. We know that there was a a reunification site. We don't know where that was, but students were bussed out to meet families at that reunification site, and we did talk with the school district that confirmed that busing of kids to a certain location did result in delays for other schools in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. So they told me it could be anywhere from 90 minutes. It's hard to say how long those delays could be, but asking parents if they could do a pickup in person to do that instead of having their child ride the bus home.
That is a really key point there. Usually you think this is impacting one community of students and their parents, but this is really impacting the district as a whole when it comes to any student who rides the bus in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County.
It's very important information because a parent had let us know that they did get the statement from Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools that there could be possible delays for the evening bus route. It did not say specifically in that statement the reason for this, because keep in mind, we had the school delay this morning because of the icy conditions because of yesterday's snow. So now we're learning more about the reason for those delays with the buses. Now we know it is now all interconnected with what happened today with that deadly stabbing at North Forsyth.
Right, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, it started out impacting 1,300-ish students. That's how many are at North Forsyth, and their parents and all of the faculty that is there. And now it really is just blossoming out to impacting the district as a whole.
We're still waiting to learn more information exactly where that reunification site is. We have learned a couple of sites, but we are not going to share that at this time because we are waiting to get those confirmed as well. We are only going to be sharing with you what we can confirm, what is actually fact. We are not going to be sharing a lot of just social media chatter.
Yeah, the district had said that they were going to communicate to the parents directly about where those parents needed to be with those kids. And so we are going to let that happen. And if we are able to then pass that along in case a parent has not been notified, we will absolutely do that. So as we are looking at this is video that was taken earlier today with the police presence all outside North Forsyth High School. The sheriff confirming that it was an altercation between two students and that one student is dead. They are not saying, normally in this kind of situation, they're looking for someone who may have been part of this, but they say they are not looking for someone. They also have not said they have arrested anyone. They have said that they have talked to both families.
But also, in regards to those two students that were involved in this altercation that happened this morning, we do not know names at this time. We do not know the grades at this time. So in terms of the information we got from the press conference that just happened maybe about 20 minutes ago, we got some information, but we didn't get the full scope because obviously this is still a developing situation where, we have to make sure that everyone is notified properly and giving the information, and you never know also with the age, maybe authorities cannot release that information because of that.
Right, the student could be under 18, the student could be 18, it all kind of depends. So just a quick recap so you see it on the screen as well. One student killed in a school stabbing today. That was at North Forsyth High School around 11 o'clock this morning. That altercation happened. The school will be closed tomorrow, and then support staff is going to be on site. This really though points to what you were talking about before of, the metal detectors, then the community as a whole when it comes to violence at schools.
Right, and we all need to take responsibilities, right? We all have to love and care for each other, but this is keeping children safe. This is multi-layered, right? This is not just a matter of parents, this is friends, these are mentors, these are teachers, counselors, law enforcement. It just all branches out.
The community as a whole.
Yes, very much so. There's also scheduled to be a school board meeting tonight. So we have not heard yet if that is still going on, but we will let you know if that does continue to follow through for this evening.
I mean, when you think about that meeting that is scheduled for tonight, the band was scheduled to play there. This was supposed to be a normal day of school with a delay in the morning due to the ice, then the school day happening, and then everything else following in line with that that, including that meeting for tonight. And so Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools has been dealing with a whole host of issues, most of which have been money issues that have kind of upended a lot of things, people in classrooms, jobs, and things of that nature. So they've been dealing with their own kinds of issues, and then this happens. It kind of makes all of that kind of pale in comparison, even though it is still there. But when you're talking about a school community, a school family that is now dealing with a student who is dead.
This is just, it is a heartbreaking situation. This is the time of year, we're in the middle of the holidays, and this is when there should be celebrations and joy and love and community. And unfortunately for Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, they're dealing with this tragedy, and our hearts go out to the friends and the family and everyone associated with North Forsyth.
Yeah, and another point to bring up is something that we've said earlier. You brought this up as well, that William Penn talked about how that there is video that is circulating, and we do want to just caution you about what you look at and what you share. There will be plenty of people who will want to share things that are not true, share details that are not true, maybe even share other videos that are not true that they will say is linked to this. And so you have to think not only of the impact of the school community here, of your own community, but are you sharing something that is factual and is true?
And that is exactly what we're saying in the broader sense, in terms of being responsible. Responsibility of not creating more chaos. Right? This is not a matter of like, oh, let me get some likes and shares so I can boost my social media status, right? This is about humanity. This is about loving and caring and being a responsible person, but branching off with that, being that responsible person and being a parent and raising responsible children to become responsible adults. This is a matter of we all need to work together as a community so we can all continue to create leaders in our communities.
We've had a lot of phone calls in the newsroom about why we are sharing these facts and things of that nature, and why we are on TV making sure that people know what the latest information is. And I want you to think about the families who drove to North Forsyth this morning because they heard that their child was at school when something happened, that a student was killed. And that many of them, we heard our reporters say, I watched parents drive up across the street from the school, get out of their car and fall on the ground because they were just so frightened about what they would hear, what they would learn, what they would or would not see. And so this is one of those things where it is a community, not just a story, but it is an impact for all of us when you think of that there are family members out there that were waiting to hear whether their child was okay.
Absolutely, and I understand that there are some favorite programs that are getting impacted or getting postponed, or, you know, they'll hopefully, you know, in terms of, we don't know at this time what will be aired later on, but this is a matter of, like I said, about caring for each other, having heart and understanding that there are other things that are way more important. Let's go back to the press conference and let's listen in to what Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn had to say during that press conference.
Is that as a community, we're going to have to absolutely work together to stop senseless violence.
We are taking a live look right now at North Forsyth High School. This is breaking news that we're bringing to you about a stabbing, a fatal stabbing that happened at North Forsyth High School earlier this morning. The students were on a delayed start to school today, arriving at school around 10:55 or so, and around 11 o'clock an altercation happened that led to this police presence.
Our Amber Lake has a family member who attends that school, and that family member told her that the stabbing took place in between classes. So that was kind of in between bell ringings, if you know. it's been a while since I've been in school, so I've forgotten what that's called. But that's what happened, and she said that the family member said once that stabbing took place, everyone just dispersed. She has been on the scene, seeing people arriving there and crying, and this is it is a heartbreaking situation. This is not just a stabbing at North Forsyth High School. This is a deadly stabbing at North Forsyth.
So there was a news conference right around the 2 o'clock time where the sheriff talked, the Winston-Salem police chief talked, the superintendent of schools talked, and that is where our own Christina Dillon was. She was listening in on that press conference, also seeing if there were other questions that maybe were able to be answered.
That's right. All of those men came in here. The first thing that the sheriff said was that he was asking for prayers for this family, for the people affected in this tragedy. We do know it was an altercation between two individuals, resulting in the loss of life of one individual. We don't know the details or the circumstances of how that happened. We do know there is a video circulating which depicts what happened, and the sheriff and the school police department is urging everybody to not share that video, not engage with it. It's a senseless loss of life, a senseless tragedy right now, and he actually said he doesn't want anybody using this video for clout chasing or anything of that nature that could be detrimental to the family. We do know that the families are both notified in this case, both of the people that were involved in this incident. There were families lined up right across from North Forsyth High School earlier, just watching on. Like Tanya mentioned, Amber saw somebody actually collapse to the ground. I saw lots of people crying when I was on that side of the street, just pure sorrow and absolute fear for what was going on. The gate was closed, parents couldn't get in. We do know that there's a reunification site. They're actually busing students out of North Forsyth and having them meet with parents at a unification site. We don't know where that site is. They're keeping that private for the families and the students, but that could cause bus delays for other schools within the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District. We did that get that confirmed by the district, and they said, you know, those buses for other students may be late because they're focusing on those students at North Forsyth right now, just making sure they can reunite them with their parents. As far as questions go, questions and answers, you know, have they apprehended the suspect? You know, how many other people were involved? Was it just two people? We don't have the answers to those questions at this time. The sheriff and the school district did not answer any other questions at the press conference. They did not take questions. They said that they will be releasing additional information as it comes in. It's an ongoing investigation, but they plan to keep us informed, keep us in the know with what they find out, what they learn.
All right, Christina, thank you. We appreciate that. Yep.
But Christina, thank you so much. But tying into what Christina was saying about a suspect, keep in mind that authorities didn't say anything about a suspect, but they also did say that there is no immediate threat to that area and that lockdown has been lifted. So perhaps one of the people involved, maybe that person was involved, and this is the reason why authorities are saying there's no threat to that area. We will let you know when we know.
Something that is new. Remember, there was supposed to be a Winston-Salem Forsyth County meeting scheduled for later on today, and they say that there is going to be no board meeting tonight. No board meeting tonight again for that, because I know that there were other students from involved in that because the band was supposed to play and things of that nature. So parents, if your child was involved in that, there's going to be no board meeting tonight.
And also for North Forsyth High School, because of today's deadly incident, a stabbing at North Forsyth this morning. The school will be closed tomorrow, but there will be counselors available to the students and staff at that high school over on Shadowline Drive.
And so today, you know, they had that 2-hour delay, and then they had the whole thing happening with the other buses being pulled. And so this is just an impact for the entire district. If your child rides a school bus, they may be getting home later than normal. They said even up to 90 minutes.
Oh goodness, okay. And during that press conference, we also heard from the new Winston-Salem Forsyth County School Superintendent, Dr. Phipps. Let's listen into what he had to say.
I want to express my sincere appreciation to local law enforcement and medical first responders for their quick responses and thorough work today. I also want to thank school faculty and staff members for their quick, responsive action. Today is a worst nightmare of any educator. We hurt when our students hurt, and this is the ultimate hurt that we can possibly feel. North Forsyth High School will be closed for students tomorrow. We will have our crisis team in place to meet with faculty and staff, and will extend those services to students upon their return. If immediate student needs arise, we encourage parents and guardians to look to the school's website for resources.
And of course, he did say that the school is closed tomorrow and that support staff will be there. They're not saying when students will come back to school. I imagine we will hear that in the next 24 hours or so. But as of now, there is no school tomorrow for those at North Forsyth.
Taking it a day-by-day situation. Again, so that crisis team will be available for staff, and he did say that it could be also available to the students as well.
So we have Lauren Tier. She is on kind of like the backside of North Forsyth High School. It's a really big campus. So Lauren, what can you tell us when it comes to updating on the buses and the parents and the reunification and all that?
Right, so really all that I've been seeing out here is kind of just an influx in and out of school buses, mostly a few law enforcement vehicles being allowed to get into this entrance at North Forsyth. This is on Shadowlawn Drive, which again is kind of a back entrance to the high school. As you can see here, there are 2 Winston-Salem police officers. They are the ones who are controlling the traffic coming in and out of this entrance/exit. Since I've been here, I've seen a line of probably about 5 or 6 buses go in. None of them had students. And I've seen probably about the same number of school buses come out, all of them empty. We have been told that North Forsyth serves as a kind of bus lot for buses that serve other schools in other areas of the district. So it is possible that these empty buses could just be going to complete their normal routes. We do not know for sure, but that's all that I've really been seeing. I have seen some cars come up, talk to these officers, and be turned away. So I don't know if these are parents coming to try to get children or what the situation is, but there have been cars not allowed to get in this entrance. I haven't seen any students, any younger children come in or out, walk out of this entrance, anything like that. So no reunifications that I can see from here. Live in Winston-Salem, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thank you. And so it is a very large area. So Lauren is on Shadowline Drive. The school also is near West Haynes Mill Road as well as University Parkway. So there are different entrances there. So Lauren is saying that she is not seeing any reunification there, not seeing any students on the buses, but our Amber Lake is at a different location at the school, and she has seen students departing on buses from the school this afternoon.
The district has said that they are communicating with parents to tell them where the reunification spot is. It's not something that they're releasing to the media. They are releasing it to the parents only. I can understand that maybe some parents, maybe they have their home phone or they have their cell phone as the reunification kind of number. Maybe haven't they gotten the message and they just drive to the school to see what's going on. And that is probably a frustrating and anxious time for them, but they are being communicated to by the district themselves.
And so now there's a different priority happening here because of this deadly stabbing at North Forsyth. This is impacting the entire school district and the buses. This is the reason why parents did get a message saying, hey, your evening bus route could be delayed. And this is the reason why, because right now those buses are transporting the students from North Forsyth, and then eventually the other kids will be able to get home. So keep in mind, Tanya was saying possibly even a 90-minute delay. So parents, for those of you just watching and trying to figure out why did I get this message about why, because the roads look pretty clear now because Mother Nature has done her thing in terms of the roads and the safety of the roads. This is the reason why, is because it's all stemming from the deadly stabbing over at North Forsyth.
And we have heard the same thing from the sheriff and the police chief, not just today, but in 2021 with Mount Tabor, 2024 with Forsyth Tech, and they both have the same message. And it is it's almost kind of anger a little bit,
frustration.
Frustration bordering on that for the community as a whole to stop violence, and then also pleas for people to think of others. We have Sheriff Kimbrough from the news conference. We'd like to share a bit of that with you.
Let's talk to our children, because our children need us now. The future is in need of us right now. We have some work to do. Not just work with this, but we have some work to do in our community.
And he said those words after he was the one confirming that it was an altercation between two students and that there was indeed loss of life. He was the one to say that there was loss of life and that families have both been notified and talked to.
This is just, it's just a heartbreaking situation because he is stressing the importance of violence is not the answer. And if this started with an altercation, so possibly these kids, these students were fighting, but for it to increase to the level of violence, that's what he's saying. There's got to be other ways. Maybe it's turning the other cheek. Maybe it's just walking away, de-escalating just the tension. And I don't know the correct answer, right? This is just a matter of like learning it in your schools, in Bible study, on your football team, in course, whatever it may be. You know, look to your leaders and use them as guidance and to be your role models, right?
All right, there's not one solution. I think every single time that there is some kind of violence in schools, you know, there's all different kinds of talk of that kind of thing. One of which was, let's have metal detectors at schools. At least that is one solution out of many. Of course, you know, the underlying one is just respect humanity, right? Respect your fellow human, that kind of thing. I want to turn it over to Amber Lake. You know, Amber, you've been reporting on this since it happened, and then you realized that this was also a personal story for you as well.
Sorry guys, we're listening to some alarms that are going off very close to where we're at. I don't think that it has anything to do with what's going on behind us, but I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I mean, we've been out here for a couple hours, and I can say that obviously the atmosphere is a lot more calm than it was a couple hours ago. When we got out here earlier, people were running around, parents were crying, they were screaming, law enforcement, a lot more law enforcement was on scene.
All right, sorry to interrupt you there, Amber. We're getting some information about where parents and students are being reunified. I don't know if it is the official spot, but we do know that somewhere around the Lawrence Joel Coliseum that there are school buses and that there are parents.
And I apologize for interrupting Amber there. We were listening to our producer telling us some of this information. So you're watching this live on TV, so please, you know, give us some grace too as we learn information as we pass it along to you. Let's go to the Joel Coliseum. That is, we've just learned that our reporter is heading out to the Joel Coliseum. This is, we understand, where some parents are starting to gather. But as Tanya said, we do not know if this is the official site. But as we learn more information, we will certainly pass it along to you.
All right, so we're giving you another live look around the area, I believe, of North Forsyth there. So all of this, you know, taking part today at 11 o'clock this morning, then developing all the way up until 2 o'clock when we got the news conference and we got the real confirmation that a student had been attacked and a student had been killed by, they say, another student. It was student on student. We don't know what the relationship of those two students are. We don't know what the ages of those two students are.
We don't know what led up to this altercation. We also do not know if the weapons detectors were activated this morning when the students arrived at school. Keep in mind, school started 2 hours late today because of the possibly the possible black ice overnight to make sure the kids were safe when they got to school. And so now we are dealing with this new situation of another delay in the evening time, but this is not related to the possible slippery roads. Authorities have reached out to the district parents that there is a delay for the school buses this evening, and this is all related to what happened at North Forsyth High School today. The priority right now is to get the students at that school to a reunification, and that is the reason why there is a domino effect with the delays of the other buses.
Sure. And so, you know, Amber was there, and she has been doing some live reports here and there, telling you what she's seeing on campus right now. now. But she actually heard from a family member who said one of your family members was on campus when it all happened.
My family member said that he was in between class changes and he heard an argument between two students, and then one of the students pulled a gun out, and then everyone just started running in all different sections. I want to show you behind me, we have more buses being pulled out of North Forsyth High School being escorted by a police car. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 5 or 6 buses that are pulling out right now, escorted by police officers. I honestly believe that that's what that sound was that I heard earlier. The sirens that I heard were police cars coming back into this area so they can escort more buses. There's an ambulance that's coming out of North Forsyth High School as well. And I'm trying to see, it does look like there are multiple students on each and every bus. They're taking a right out of here. I mean, obviously taking a right out of this area is heading towards the Coliseum. Again, that is not confirmed that that's where the students are being taken, but this is the area that they're being taken out of. But again, I mean, this has been a very chaotic day for so many people. And just like law enforcement and the superintendent said, I mean, they're going to have that crisis team to help them get through this very eventful day.
So confirmation, student fight led to a loss of life today on the campus of North Forsyth High School. So many parents were starting to hear that news as everything was happening and started rushing to the school wanting to get their hands on their student.
Absolutely, and you can't blame them where, you know, parents, you want answers, and we absolutely understand it. And so Amber has been there for several hours and witnessed people falling to the ground being on the scene at North Forsyth. Now this is a live picture at the Lawrence Joel Memorial Coliseum. This looks like to be parents waiting there for students to be reunited with their families. We do not have an official word from Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools that this is the bona fide meeting spot. But on the left-hand side of your screen, it appeared that there was an official taking down names. You're just looking at some, there's an officer there. You were just also looking at some forms, and we're trying to get a closer look at that. Nixon, if you can move your camera back to that pile of paper, and maybe that will give us a little bit more detail. Maybe it's asking, what is your child's name and address? Well, obviously we'd not show that. We would show you the blank pieces of paper. But this is a live look happening right now. It appears that this might be one of the reunification spots where North Forsyth High School students will be reuniting with their parents.
And you got to think, I mean, there's, again, about 1,300 students that go to North Forsyth High School. So you're dealing with thousands of students and thousands of parents all trying to make a connection, all trying to get to some specific place. Some kids have phones, some kids don't have phones, so the communication is probably a little wonky on both sides there. And parents, of course, arguably so, want answers like right now, but the school system along with the law enforcement have to work together to make sure that they're releasing the right child to the right parent. They want to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible during this reunification process.
We are looking at this picture with you for the first time live, so I'm just going to kind of talk to you what I'm seeing. It looks like a very organized process here. Right? You're looking at a very long line. So our reporter Nixon Norman, she is the one bringing you this picture live. And the reason why we're not hearing our Nixon Norman giving us kind of what she's seeing out there in the scene is because the cell service is kind of spotty out there. So this is what we're bringing a live picture is the best we can do at this time. But this is what you're seeing. I mean, Tanya, how many dozens, hundreds at this point in this long line? And again, back to being so organized, we've seen several officers on the scene. I see a lot of police cars lined up in this area as well.
Right, and so, you know, part of the reunification process, because you don't want to add any more anxiety to anything, is to make sure that every student goes away with the right adult. You have parents and family members who are already anxious for what happened today, and so it could be a rush, right? That's what you want to do. You want to rush in there and you want to get your kid, but they are trying to make sure that they are doing it in a systematic way so that they are able to reunify the students and the parents in the right way. And so again, this is at the Joel Coliseum, where we're seeing school buses as well as law enforcement, and then we're seeing parents upon parent upon parent that is lining up. And with 1,300 students, of course, some of them drive themselves, some of them take the bus, some of them walk home, whatever it happens to be, but they may have all been told, you're not leaving this campus unless we take you off this campus.
Right, and you saw the live picture with Amber Lake. Amber was telling us she was witnessing several buses leaving the school, and I'm looking at my app here. The distance from North Forsyth over to the Joel Coliseum, 4.3 miles. The time to get between the two is 11 minutes, so really it's just a matter of moments. If those particular buses are heading to this location, we're just talking about moments away from some of the students arriving at the Joel.
Right. So Nixon's going to continue to be there at that spot. So now that she's not live, she may be able to get a few more tidbits of information of, hey, did the district call you? Did they email you? How did you get the information? What are they telling you the process is, so that we'll be able to kind of then pass that along to you.
Yes, because at this point, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, they said they were not going to release the location. They were going to be in direct contact with the parents. And I'm wondering if there are more than one locations, because in the past we have seen a similar situation with Mount Tabor, and there was just one particular location that the students were brought to. So at this point, we don't know if this is the only one, but we will let you know.
And they don't do this to keep people guessing. They do this, to maintain safety and security for the students, which is the number one thing. We're not privy to all of the information until they let us know, so because they want to keep their students safe. And we are passing along the information in the correct time to make sure that those students are remaining safe.
For those of you just joining us, I know that people are maybe coming back home for the day, different shift, that kind of thing. There was a deadly stabbing at North Forsyth High School today. This happened at about 11 o'clock. That's when we started receiving the reports about this incident. The school went on lockdown initially. Later on, it was lifted. Authorities told us at the time that there was one stabbing. During the press conference, we did learn it involved two students. Their names have not been identified or have not been released. We do not know what grade. We do know that it started as some kind of altercation and it escalated to someone pulling out a knife, and there was a deadly stabbing at that high school. So this is what you're seeing. The students were remaining at that school, and so what you're seeing now is parents waiting to be reunified with their students after a very tumultuous, a very chaotic, it had to be a very frightening day over there.
I mean, when you think about it, it happened like right as they were there getting on campus for school, because they were on that 2-hour delay. So around 10:55, it happens around 11. So it's around the beginning of the school day anyway for them. We heard from Amber's family member that it happened with other students watching. So sometimes things like that happen, an altercation happens in a bathroom or in a hallway that doesn't have a whole lot of kids on it and nobody really sees it and that kind of thing. But that does not seem to be the case in this particular situation. It sounded like from Amber's family member that that person, there was a fight, people heard it, they saw the stabbing, and then they fled. So they actually saw what happened. Those students saw what happened.
And that is frightening. And also, this was happening during a class change. So in between classes this morning, school will be canceled for tomorrow. A crisis team will be at the school to assist with the staff members who want to talk to someone. A very traumatic situation. And you know, if students or the kids want to have someone to talk to too, that's available as well.
This is one of those situations where when we tell you something happened at a school, it usually impacts those students, those parents, those faculty members. But because North Forsyth is a hub for other buses, it has now become an issue for the district as a whole of getting those buses out on time for this afternoon. So that means that it's impacting some students district-wide, even though nothing happened at their school today. Also being impacted, there was a scheduled Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools Board meeting tonight. Along with that board meeting, there was supposed to be a band presentation from students that were going to show up and be there. So there were probably a lot of parents and a lot of students who were probably getting ready early this afternoon thinking they were on their way, and they do not need to go there.
And also keep in mind the new school superintendent, Dr. Phipps, this was really going to be an introduction in a way,
welcome-ish,
right? To, you know, and considering that the school district has been dealing with some severe budget issues, parents, teachers probably want to hear directly from him about his new leadership style, some of the ideas. I mean, we have talked to him about what he plans to do, but this is a whole different ballgame, you know, with an actual meeting. It goes on for hours, so you can really get an understanding of who this person is. He he was the superintendent, I believe, with Caldwell County Schools, and came here. He will be the superintendent for Winston-Salem County Schools for 15 months. He has a contract, taking over for Caddy Moore, who was the interim superintendent just within the last, and left the position just within the last couple of weeks.
And we heard from him briefly during the news conference. 3 people spoke at the news conference. We had the sheriff for Forsyth County, Bobby Kimbrough. We had Chief William Penn from Winston-Salem PD, and then we had Dr. Phipps, who is the new sitting superintendent for Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. And he spoke very briefly, and it was, I need you to be thinking about the faculty and the staff and the students at that school.
And we have his interview pulled up. Let's listen to Dr. Phipps.
I want to express my sincere appreciation to local law enforcement and medical first responders for their quick responses and thorough work today. I also want to thank school faculty and staff members for their quick, responsive action. Today is a worst nightmare of any educator. We hurt when our students hurt, and this is the ultimate hurt that we can possibly feel. North Forsyth High School will be closed for students tomorrow. We will have our crisis team in place to meet with faculty and staff, and will extend those services to students upon their return. If immediate student needs arise, we encourage parents and guardians to look to the school's website for resources.
And so those resources will be available. And so we've been dealing kind of like with team coverage of this since all of this happened. Amber Lake has been stationed outside of North Forsyth. Lauren Tier has been on the other side of North Forsyth to see what's going on. And then we have Christina Dillon, who has been at the headquarters there for the news conference. I believe we're going to head out to Lauren to see if there is an update of any of the movings with all the school buses and things.
Yeah, that's right. I'm on the backside of North Forsyth here on Chatelawn Drive, and right now there's a tiny bit of a traffic backup. You can see there's a bus leaving right now. Let's see, make sure they can get out okay. There we go. That car that you just saw pull out was speaking. These are Winston-Salem police officers back here manning this entrance and exit. You saw that car speaking to them and then get turned away. So I haven't seen any civilian looking cars be able to go in or out. It's been school buses and then cars with blinking lights or clearly branded as law enforcement vehicles. Again, these 2 police officers here have been kind of manning this entrance as long as I've been here, and the only things that have gone in and out are the school buses and what seems to be law enforcement vehicles. So the buses that we've seen going in and out have not had any students on them. We're told that North Forsyth High School actually serves as a bus lot for the entire district. So it is possible that some of these buses that are coming in or going out are just filling out their normal routes for the day, and that's why they don't have any students on them just yet. But we don't have exact clarification on that. We also do not know if this is an entrance where parents can come in or what's going on with that. All that I've seen, again, is it seems to me there are cars that will every now and then pull up. They'll roll down their windows. They'll speak with these officers, and some of them have gotten turned away. I don't know if they're being redirected somewhere else, or if they're just being told that this entrance is not where you can reunify with your student. And speaking of that, I haven't seen any reunifications. I haven't actually seen any students come in or out of this entrance, walk out, nothing of that nature. So it's been fairly quiet back here. Again, the most commotion that I've seen is just those school buses coming in and out. But these police officers are definitely asking everyone who comes up to the entrance who they are to make sure that only certain people are allowed in. Live in Winston-Salem, Lauren Tier, WFMY News 2.
Lauren, thank you. So obviously every location in and out of that school is highly manned at this point. So Lauren is saying where she is over on Shadowlawn Drive, that is where she's seeing school buses entering, no students, but our Amber Lake is at a different location as she has seen several school buses with students on board departing. We've also shown you some live pictures of parents presumably lined up at the Jewel Coliseum, possibly one of the reunification sites. We'll check in with that live picture with Nixon Norman while she gathers some more information. I want to read this to you. We just got the press release about the Board of Education meeting that was scheduled tonight for Winston-Salem Forsyth County School Board. Let me read it to you live. I'm reading it live with you, so bear with me here. The Winston-Salem Forsyth County School Board of Education meetings for the evening of Tuesday, December 9th, including the Finance Committee meeting and the Curriculum Committee meeting, have been canceled following the incident at North Forsyth High School. These meetings will be rescheduled for Tuesday, so a week from today, December 16th. The Finance Committee will be meeting at 4, the Curriculum meeting will be at 4:45, and the Board of Education meeting will be a closed session beginning at 5:30, and the open session will begin at 6:30 p.m. So in sum, the meetings tonight with the school board have been postponed because of this until next Tuesday evening.
Yeah, everything's just on a hold at this moment.
Yes.
As they try and figure out what happened, what needs to be released, what doesn't need to be released right now. How do we manage the parents and the students? And then how do we manage the community? And Chief Penn really said some things about that during the news conference. Let's listen in on one of the things there.
Whoever's sharing this video, liking this video, commenting on this video, please think about the insensitive nature of what you're doing. This isn't the time to clout chase. Our students, our teachers, all the staff at North Forsyth High School will need all of us.
He went on to say during that news conference that it is a dark day for our city and that it has shaken us all to the core. Winston-Salem PD, the assisting agency for Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, seems to be the lead agency. It was Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough who was the one who took the lead at the news conference and who did confirm it was one student versus another student and that one student died.
And during that press conference, we did learn some new information, but also information that has not yet been confirmed yet. We do not know the identity of the student who has passed away. We do not know the name of the other student who was involved in this altercation that led to this deadly stabbing. Don't have any information about arrests at this time. We do know North Forsyth High School classes have been canceled for tomorrow. We don't know anything beyond that. We also do know that that school board meeting for tonight has been postponed until next week because of this incident at North Forsyth High School. Let's head now back to WFMY News 2's Amber Lake live at the high school with a look at what she is seeing out there.
Guys, we have more buses pulling out of North Forsyth High School filled with students. I think about 5 or 6 buses just pulled out again with more police escorts. Those same vehicles, law enforcement vehicles that escorted them the last time that we spoke, came back, and then they were able to escort this next round of buses. These are just more and more students heading to that location where they're able to be reunified with parents. I don't even know how many more students are actually here on campus, but I mean, it just seems like more and more buses keep being filled with students right now.
Yeah, it's one of these things where there's no immediate threat, which is something that doesn't always happen in these kinds of situations. But I know that the school system wants to minimize any kind of safety concern.
Right. And I mean, I've talked to the district on and off throughout the day, and a couple hours ago was when they told me that the school was not on lockdown, which is great to hear. I mean, obviously after a situation like that, the school immediately goes into lockdown, and it usually stays under lockdown for a good bit. So hearing a couple hours ago that it had been lifted is a good sign. But so many people are going to be dealing with the aftermath of this, the trauma from all of this for a very long time. Thankfully, like we've said multiple times, a crisis team is going to be in place whenever students and staff do come back to school. But I mean, even for my family member that goes here, talking to him, texting him about what he saw, what he heard, just the sheer chaos of students and staff running away from that incident, that in itself is traumatizing. And he said that he's just lucky that he wasn't caught in the crossfire, that he wasn't hurt. And he said that he was just happy and blessed to get out of school today at all.
Obviously, it hits very, very close to home. If we can bring up Amber just one more time, if we can do that, control room. Amber, I just wanted to ask you, you have been on the scene for several hours now, and you witnessed people showing up at the scene. Can you kind of give the people who are just tuning in for the first time kind of just a feel of the atmosphere over at the high school?
Oh, Julie, the atmosphere has been very heavy all day. When we first got out here a few hours ago, it was, I mean, I keep saying this word, but it was just absolute chaos. We had people running around, we had law enforcement just all right here at the entrance. I mean, from what you see right now, it's significantly calmer, but there were so many law enforcement officers, so many family members just running around, screaming, yelling, crying. We did witness, which honestly is probably going to stick with me for the rest of my life, but we did witness 2 family members walk away from after talking to police officers here at the entrance of North Forsyth, and both of them just collapsed to the ground, to their knees, and they started hysterically crying. And that's when a bunch of other parents ran up to them, embraced them in their arms, hugged them. It was a very emotional and just heartbreaking scene to be a part of.
It is one of those things where, you trust that when you put your kid at school, that your kid is coming home that day, and the most that they're going to have to be upset about is something that they didn't do well on a test or something of that nature, or a fight with a friend. You don't think that they're going to say, I saw someone get stabbed to death today.
100%. This is, it is a gut-wrenching, heartbreaking situation that you don't want anybody to have to experience. And Amber is talking about, the images that she saw. Think about the kids. I mean, these are high schoolers. These are teenagers who will be forever left with this indelible mark on their souls.
And while there is not an immediate threat to the community, there is an immediate impact to the community. We have seen, because the buses means that lots of other kids are going to be late and things of that nature. So that is why we are continuing to stay on this developing story, because this is an impact for the entire community. Our own Chad Silber just arrived on scene there. Chad, what have you learned since you've been there?
Hey, Tanya, we just got to the Joel Coliseum here in Winston-Salem, where, as you know, you saw a live picture earlier of how this is really the reunification center for a lot of the parents and the students at North Forsyth High School. And there's a remarkable scene happening here right now. Look at the huge line of family members, of parents, of siblings wrapping around the Joel Coliseum right now. It's remarkable because this is probably the scene that you would see when there's a concert at the Joel Coliseum. Obviously, today is a much different reason why people are here. It's a sobering reminder of the amount of people who are impacted by what went on at North Forsyth High School today. We've seen a lot of parents driving around the parking lot looking for an entrance. Most of the entrances here at the Joel are blocked off. They've got law enforcement from the Sheriff's Office, the police department, as well as a highway patrol blocking off most of the entrances, trying to funnel in all of the parents, all of the families into a certain area where they have now really filled up this parking lot here at the Joel, at least the front of the parking lot. And the parents, they've all got some sort of sheet in their hand. It's almost like it's some sort of confirmation that they have a child who goes to this school and they're here to pick them up. I mean, this is a situation that looks eerily familiar to something that we saw just 4 years ago when the same thing occurred following that shooting at Mount Tabor High School. You will remember it well. It was a situation where parents, much like they are today, very uncertain and scared about what has occurred here in Forsyth County. If you remember that day clearly, like I do, I was out here at the Joel, and seeing the reunification of the families with these students was something that is, it's ingrained in my brain, and we are seeing it again here today, but with a different high school, a different situation, different families impacted, but a sobering reminder of the amount of people who are impacted by what has occurred here today. The people in line, not many are talking, not many are saying anything. I have heard a couple of laughs, people probably just trying to lighten the mood a little bit as they wait through this agonizing line to get to their child, who we believe that all of the students are inside, or at least some of them are inside, and now the parents just wait to put their hands, put their eyes on their own child. Imagine waiting in this line as a parent, knowing what occurred today at your child's school. And if you think about it, a lot of these students likely saw what happened. They heard what happened. And so for them, this has been a traumatic experience, and this line just keeps getting longer. It's almost as if a lot of the parents either didn't know that this was happening right away. I'm trying to listen in. Forgive me, there's a sheriff's deputy. Trying to listen in as he's talking to the families here. I'm gonna see if I can get closer. There's a sheriff's deputy who is talking to everybody in line, telling them something. I heard him say, you know, make sure that you don't have any weapons or any sort of things that you won't be able to get into the Joel Coliseum on a regular basis. And everybody is just kind of standing by, waiting in this line, and it is moving so slowly. This line is, it is moving a little bit, but it's pretty slow. And imagine the nerves on a lot of these parents as they work to just kind of figure out, gosh, what happened here today? I'm gonna get closer. Don, my photographer. Don, just let me know if I get too far away and you're not able to hear me. I don't wanna, get too close here for people who are, dealing with a bad situation. Julie, I know you have a question for me. If you want to hold on just a second, I'm going to talk to see if some of these people are okay. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi.
No offense.
No.
I don't even want you to come over here.
And that's okay. I totally understand. I totally understand. Just wanted to see how everybody was doing.
We're cold.
Cold, yeah.
Tell them up there it's not you. She's crying icicle.
Do you know if they're just letting one in, one out? Is that how this is going?
Sure. They just opened up the line.
Okay. The sheriff's deputy that came by, what did he say to? He was.
He said they were opening more lines to get it.
Oh, got it. Okay. I can't even imagine what you're feeling right now.
It's a lot. You can't feel nothing right now. Actually, my hands.
So you can't bring your cell phone inside.
Or a bag
or anything. So you don't know. So you just left your phones in the cars?
I don't drive. That's what we had to do. We have to leave our phone. I don't drive. I don't have a car.
And so you've only been told that your student is here?
Yeah. I don't know if my daughter is even in there. Well, I know. Yeah, mine's is here. I'm able to text.
What do you have a son or a daughter?
I have 2 sons in the school.
2 sons. How are they feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm from New York. I don't know. Like I just keep saying that, but like this is. I just don't like how they handling it now. It's not nothing that's uncommon from where mine is.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's stupid. We're freezing. I thought I was doing a car pickup thing. Or going
Right.
outside, isn't it, standing out here.
I see a lot of people are holding sheets. Do they give you something, or do you have to show proof? Oh, it's a reunification information, so you just to prove who you are and that you're a parent.
To match it up, the kids been picked up probably.
Got it. Okay. What was your first thought when you heard what happened here today?
I was scared because I didn't know what was going on. I was finding out everything on Facebook. The school didn't really communicate hardly anything with us. Social media was really.
You know, as you know, there was a student arrested last month here at North Forsyth for having a gun. There was a student arrested back in August at the beginning of the school year. What is that like as a parent?
It's scary.
It's
It
frustrating.
really is.
Because the school board, they could do a lot more than what they're doing.
Jeez.
For parents
Yeah.
who don't have babysitters or things like that.
I missed a job interview today.
You missed the job interview today.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd rather be here, though.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll understand.
Do the kids? What do they say about this? How do the kids react to this?
I know my daughter just started telling me if there was a shooter, she's going to jump out the window.
So your daughter,
Be calm.
can you believe that they have to have these kinds of conversations?
And thoughts, like what would I do? Yeah, it's sad.
I mean, it's. And do you have a son, daughter?
I have a daughter.
What did she say about today?
She's scared.
She's scared.
She don't even want to come to school. And that's sad. Yeah, my son was in the bathroom when it happened, like he seen it.
He saw it? What did he say about it?
He would just want to know what he needed to do at that moment, that's all. He was calling me on FaceTime, like I actually seen it myself too.
Really?
Yeah.
And as a parent, what goes through your head?
I don't know. I'm just so glad. But this is my son last year. He in the 12th grade, so he on his way up out of here. So
Yeah.
hopefully things get better when he get to college. So yeah, he's been at North Forsyth for the past 4 years. So whatever's been going on, he done experienced it. So
And to think that, I mean, this is the 3rd time that they have had some sort of violent incident at North Forsyth this year.
Yep. I don't know. Maybe they need to put metal detectors like they talking about.
And I mean, from what I understand, they do have metal detectors here, right? Or do they not?
Not every day.
Because we knew that all the middle and the high schools were getting metal detectors in Forsyth County, but
what I understand is not every day.
they don't do them every day.
And to be honest, I mean, when you go out and play, you take out your pockets. When you come to games, you have to wear a clear bag. So why shouldn't it be the same when you go to school? The kids should have clear book bags. They should have to put everything in a bucket, get everything past the metal detector. It should be safer than this,
Do you have a son, daughter
I
who
have
goes?
both. I have a daughter, a freshman, and a sophomore.
And what did they say about
They're
today?
very scared. My daughter is in math class with him, so she knows him. It's sad.
I'd be thinking
Yeah.
about you. Gosh, so many people have similar stories. You heard them. They were talking about how the kids don't feel safe. They don't feel safe being in school here. A lot of them, the people who I was speaking with, just mentioning about how it's not the school's fault. It's the school district's fault. Whose fault it is, it's rather unclear, I imagine. But keep in mind, there is a new superintendent here. It's his 9th day on the job, Dr. Phipps, and to have to deal with this is unimaginable for a superintendent, knowing that clearly there is some issue here. There is something going wrong. And, like I mentioned before, we've had several instances at this school this year. There was a student arrested 1 month ago tomorrow for bringing a gun to school. There was a student arrested back in August for bringing a gun to school. This, of course, was a deadly stabbing, and it has rocked this community. And what do you do? How do you fix this? I mean, look at this line. There are hundreds of people, I'm going to step out of the way, there are hundreds of people in this line who are waiting to find their kids, to put their eyes on their kids, to put their arms around them, because they know the type of day that they've had. You know, one woman I spoke with up there, she was saying how her son FaceTimed her. He was in that area. He FaceTimed her as it was happening, and she saw this chaotic scene unfold. So, you know, obviously the child is the main concern for these families, but now this mother has this traumatic, you know, image in her mind of what her child saw. Most of these families that go through situations like this can only hear from their students what they saw, but this mother witnessed it for herself, knowing that her child was also witnessing it. It's a very sobering reminder, again, of how many people have been impacted by this. This line, can't even imagine standing in this line, how agonizing it is. That one woman, again, said that they weren't allowed to bring their phones inside. Another woman said, you know, how do you get something like this into school? When you go to an airport, you have to empty all your pockets to get through security. Why don't they do it at a school? Well, obviously, part of the issue is that in a school where there are thousands of kids, how do you do that efficiently? And then when school districts are dealing with financial issues, you can't just buy 100 metal detectors and line every door with it. We understand that there are issues that are occurring here, but there's got to be some solutions. I know, Julie, you mentioned that you had a question. Is there something I can answer for you?
Chad, you know, just listening to you, talking to the people in line, it is heart-wrenching understanding the distraught that they must be feeling. And one of the parents saying that their child saying that they're so scared that they don't even want to go to school. So, you know, hearing directly from them, it is so impactful, but, you know, like you said, it's very sobering. And it's also just, you know, it's sickening that they have to be going through this. They have to be waiting in line to have to be put in this situation.
You know, right.
Go ahead, Chad.
And Julie, you know, think back to your childhood. You, me, all of the others who are watching who are adults now, there were days that you didn't want to go to school because you just didn't want to go to school. You didn't want to go take that test. You didn't want to see, you know, a certain teacher that you didn't like, or you didn't want to see your ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend. This is a completely different reason why kids don't want to go to school. I mean, because they're afraid of getting shot. They're afraid of their friend being stabbed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and along with that, Chad, I mean, you talk to those parents who they know that their child really is okay because they know that there were only those two students involved and it wasn't their student, and yet they are waiting in line and they are anxious to see their child.
Right, yeah, I mean, imagine going through this as a parent, right? You know that your kid, as you mentioned, you know that your child is safe. You know that your child was not harmed. You know that your child wasn't responsible for this. But think about, you know, just the adolescent brain and how you comprehend something like this. And we've seen it so many different places. You know, obviously schools are not immune to this. We have seen it exhaustively at so many different schools and churches and malls and anywhere else. And so, I mean, you know, years ago when parents would say, you know, I'm scared of sending my child to school because I don't know what could happen to them. I mean, it's so much worse now. It is so much worse because it keeps happening. You know, sometimes you know, I've talked to kids in the past who say, yeah, that I made it through high school and I didn't have to go through a school shooting. I mean, what a badge of badge of honor to wear that you didn't have to go through a school shooting when you were in high school. I mean, you know, we've heard from kids who were involved in school shootings in college and also in high school. They went through it both. I mean, how do you recover from that? How do you process what happens when something like that happens? I'm going to go up there and see if I can talk to any other of the parents. Now keep in mind, they don't have their cell phones on them. They've been told to leave everything in the car. They were given sheets, but no pens, to fill out information saying who their child is, so they can confirm that it's their child and they have a child who goes to school there. Yes?
Chad, as you head that way, I have a question for you. The distance between North Forsyth and the Joel is only about 4 miles. We've seen several school buses leave the school heading that way. I know there are people lined up. We're looking at those live pictures right now. Have you seen any of the school buses, or is that around the corner and not at your vantage point?
I have not seen a single school bus, so it's certainly possible they're taking the students inside from a different entrance, but I have not seen a single school bus since we have been out here. So we'll see what happens.
And it looks like that line just keeps
obviously,
getting
Don, my
longer.
photographer, is getting a little closer now. Yeah, it just keeps getting longer. A lot of parents keep forming in or coming into line here. Don, I am gonna, if you wouldn't mind, I'm just gonna have you stay back a little bit so we don't alarm the parents too much while we're out here talking to them. Imagine the kind of day that they've had, just dealing with something like this, a day that they won't forget. Hi everybody, how you doing? Just wanted to see how you guys are feeling. Don't worry, I won't talk to anybody who doesn't want to be talked to. I just want to see how you guys are feeling. How you doing? Yeah. Do you have a son or a daughter who goes here?
I do. I got a daughter.
A daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked to her?
I have.
How is she doing?
She's good. A little shaken up, but she's good.
A little shaken, yeah. How are you feeling?
All right. I'm good. Glad we got things in place, you know.
Yeah. What's it like standing in this line?
I mean, I'm not nervous anymore because I spoke to my daughter, but I mean, it's nerve-wracking for anybody. Nobody wants to be in this situation.
Yeah. What does your daughter even say about this? I mean, how do you as a mom talk to her about something like this that happened?
I mean, we haven't even had that conversation yet, but it's just something that we're gonna have to do when we get home. You know, sit down one-on-one, tell her things to do if she ever get in a situation like this. But it's heartbreaking for everybody.
And how do you even, as a mom, go about having that kind of conversation?
I don't know. It's gonna be my first time, so I don't know. It's gonna be scary, but just gotta sit down and tell her, just talk to her about it, her feelings and everything, you know.
There's been, as you know, a couple of gun incidents on campus this year. You know, as a parent of someone who you know goes to this school, I imagine that's tough to hear.
Yeah, definitely think about other school options, but yeah, it's definitely not good to hear.
I know.
I got two daughters that's supposed to go to high school next year to North, but I don't think they're going to go there.
You don't think?
Yeah, probably find a different school district to go to.
Do you know? Has your daughter said much about metal detectors that they? I mean, do they use them often here, or no?
They used to, but then it stopped. But they used to have metal detectors every morning. I don't know what happened, what caused it to stop, but yeah, it stopped.
I'm sorry to hear that you're going through this.
Budgets or whatever the case is, but they need to put it back into their budget so stuff like this won't happen again, because it's scary.
You know, the superintendent, he's on his 9th day here, you know, taking over a school district that, you know, has had some financial troubles.
Yeah.
You have any advice for him?
Put the money in the schools, like pay the teachers, put the metal detectors, we need police. I mean, you got to do something to save the youth. Got to. Kids dying out here. It sucks.
Did your daughter see or hear any of this happen today?
Yeah, I mean, it was close where her class is at. I mean, yeah, she's seeing what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I'll be thinking of you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, you know, just talking to the people, the parents here, it's been a tough day. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio, and we'll catch up with you in a little bit.
So Chad's been giving you a live look there at the reunification area. That is at the Joel Coliseum, which is about, you said, 4 and so miles. And so Lauren Tier is at the school.
She has been at the back entrance and seeing a lot of activity there. Let's check in with her live near North Forsyth. Lauren Tier.
So I will say it is a very different scene here on Chatelawn Drive at this back entrance of North Forsyth. Definitely nothing like what you're seeing at that reunification. Most of the action back here has just been cars and buses going in and out. At this point, literally within the last 2 minutes, the Winston-Salem police officers that were manning this entrance/exit have been ordered to leave or told they could leave. So they are no longer here monitoring this back entrance on Chatelawn Drive. In the last hour or so, we've seen some more commotion, definitely more cars coming out of this back entrance. And of course, as you can see, buses leaving. Let's see if we can get a look. I don't know if you can see from here if there might be students on this bus or not. There really haven't been any full buses that I've seen so far. It's a little more difficult to tell because of the tinted windows. No, does not look like there were any students on that bus either. I haven't seen any buses with students coming in or going out at all today. And we do know that North Forsyth kind of serves as a bus lot for buses that serve the entire district. So it is possible that these buses coming in or out are simply going to their routes to service other schools, other parts of the district. We don't know that for sure. But there has been no reunification here. We haven't seen any students. I've actually seen one singular person actually walk down this road and come out onto Chatelawn Drive. Did not look like a student, looked like an adult. But haven't seen any students, any parents coming back together and having those emotional reunions that you're probably seeing at the Coliseum. So a little bit less action back here, but definitely traffic with those cars and buses. I'm gonna head back to the studio, give it back to you, Julie and Tanya.
And so the buses that we have seen with kids have left out of the other entrance where our reporter Amber Lake has been, and we are surmising that they are then headed to the Joel Coliseum to then be reunified with those parents.
Right, and with Chad's live pictures and his live interviews at the Joel Coliseum reunification area, he's saying from his vantage point, he has not seen any of the school buses, but the parents are telling him that they think that the children are actually in the Joel Coliseum, and that is where they're going to be reuniting with their children. What we've seen is a very, very long line outside the Joel, and it looks like it's continuing to grow. But we did, during the live picture, we did see some movement, right? We saw a lot of organization. The parents are holding pieces of paper, and on that piece of paper it says reunification sheet. I'm assuming then parents are writing down the name of their child. So when the parent picks up their child, they can go through the roster and say, okay, this person is accounted for, this person is accounted for, right? So this is still going on right now. Chad is saying that, you know, since the line is so long, the goal is to actually create a couple more lines to hopefully get everything moving a little bit quicker. But we did see so many different police officers. It looks like a very organized situation out there, but, you know, this is really just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a process, and they want to minimize any safety issues. They don't want anything else to happen today, so they want to make sure that every student goes with their parent and every student is safe. And so we understand that. At the same time, those parents who are standing outside and who are waiting to see their kid are certainly very anxious.
And I found it interesting too, T, that that the parents were asked, you know, leave your belongings. You know, let's try to like streamline this process that you don't have to, you know, check bags or anything like that. And I think Chad's his analogy was so poignant, as usually you see long lines like that at the Joel Coliseum, and you know, it's something for fun and something festive or something like, you know, you take your mind off things. And unfortunately, the scene over at the Joel Coliseum is the exact opposite of that.
It was interesting to me that some of those parents said, I'm not allowed to have my phone, and I have not talked to my kid or texted my kid. Even though you know that they're okay, you still just want to make sure that you've touched base with your kid. this, of course, is being told about all throughout the state. When something like this happens, everybody knows about it. And the governor has released a statement about what happened today at North Forsyth. It says the stabbing that took place at North Forsyth High School is shocking and horrible. I am praying for all the students in the community and their loved ones.
North Carolinians need to be safe wherever they are, especially in school. I have spoken with Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough to offer my support. We must never stop working toward a safer North Carolina.
I mean, and this is a discussion that every state leader, every local leader, every federal leader has had at one point or another, is what is happening in our schools and the violence in our schools and what do we do about it. And there's never really any just one answer, one solution to all of it. There's a lot of different solutions that need to be put in place.
Right, and Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough mentioned some accountability during the press conference just about an hour and a half ago. Let's listen in.
Let's talk to our children because our children need us now. The future is in need of us right now.
One thing that stood out during Chad interviewing some of the people in line, one of the parents was saying, you know, we're going to have a discussion tonight.
When we get home, yeah,
right.
about this.
And this is obviously going to be many discussions with many parents and many families. And unfortunately, it's not going to just be the parents and the teachers at North Forsyth High School. This is probably going to be a discussion happening with parents and kids all across the Piedmont Triad when they learn about this news that there was a deadly stabbing at North Forsyth High School this morning.
I mean, I think that a lot of parents have had that discussion with their kid because, you know, it used to be we only had fire drills. Now they do have school shooting or school violence drills at schools. So they are taught, you know, run, hide, fight, that kind of thing. But then to hear a parent say, no, we are going to talk about what are you going to do? Right, because you talk about it in the big picture, but this brings it very close to home for these specific parents that are standing in that line right there about my child, what are you going to do?
You're right, because many times this is kind of like oh, you see it on the news. This happened somewhere else. This hits very, very close to home. And this is a matter of, you know, this happens and can happen and did happen in my own backyard at my child's school. So it is a very sobering, a very real discussion that these parents are going to be having.
And I imagine we are going to be probably talking to some kind of therapist or something over the next couple of days because, you know, we're not all equipped as parents to be able to handle all of those kinds of discussions because we're scared too. We're going through our own feelings of, oh my gosh, I don't even want to let my kid go to school now.
Right.
And then how do I help my kid and encourage my kid to know that it's okay to go to school and all of those kinds of things. So I'm sure that is going to be a discussion in many homes as well.
It has to be a very difficult discussion, especially depending on the different age group, right? Because certain things you can tell a certain, like maybe an older child, but that is not something that would be appropriate for a younger child. So having those difficult conversations, you know, that definitely needs some help to help navigate that. That's why there is going to be a crisis team at North Forsyth tomorrow. The school will be closed tomorrow, but a crisis team will be there for the staff and students if they would like to be able to have those conversations at the school too.
Yeah, classes obviously closed tomorrow, maybe even for the rest of the week, depending on what happens. We'll just be keeping you up to date on that. A big point that the Winston-Salem police chief made was, hey, there's video of this and it's circulating. And I bring this up because I was just sent, hey, this video is up and available. And I thought, okay, hey parents, you need to know that there is video there. And the Winston-Salem police chief is saying, please don't share it. Please don't comment on it. That think of the community impact of what is happening because this is a community-wide thing and you are watching something that was awful that happened today.
Right, and you don't want to condone that behavior. And by sharing it or by liking it or whatever, right? This is part of a sense of the community to do your part, right? And that's a matter of like, let's not create more fear. And not only that, we're now talking about this is a deadly situation. So sharing such video is really senseless and now it's actually quite tasteless.
And I got to tell you that there's a lot of people who kind of prey on this situation, and they will then twist things. They'll add something to the video. They'll put information in there that is not correct. You know, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office is going to be releasing the names and the ages of these students in due time. What we know right now is that there were 2 students, and that's the 2 students that were involved, and that those families have, they have both been talked to by the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. We don't know that anyone's been arrested. We don't know that anyone's in custody or any of those kinds of things.
Right.
They have not said that, but that information will come out.
Right, just because you know, there is a clamoring for information in situations like this, but also understand that the authorities need to do their part, and they have a sense of responsibility and duty to be able to handle this in the correct method in which they need to do. We do know that there was a lockdown, it has been lifted, and also their authorities are saying there is no immediate threat to the area, and as you saw in Lauren Tier's live picture, you know, the authorities at that particular entrance, they were already breaking things down. So it appears at that particular vantage point, things are winding down, at least at one side of the school.
And you know, you hope that that means that this process is going to move along a little bit faster. Again, we've all known that something was happening around 11 o'clock this morning. Then things really got on lockdown and that kind of stuff by 11:30 or so. Then news got out, so parents started hearing about it around the noontime hour. It is now almost 4 o'clock. Those parents have not seen their kids. They've been wanting to see what kind of information is out. Now they're in a long line waiting for it. So this is a process that takes hours.
It absolutely does, and it is a methodical process. Let's go to WFMY News 2's Christina Dillon. She was there for the press conference when authorities from the school, from the county, as well as the city, they were all there giving their updates. Christina, what can you tell us? Oh, you are now at the Joel Coliseum. I apologize. Continue.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a long day, an ordeal for sure. We are talking to parents. We're now outside the Reunification Coliseum, the Joel Coliseum, where they're having that now. We were at the press conference earlier where they told us that 2 individuals were involved, which resulted in the loss of life of 1 individual. They didn't release details or circumstances surrounding the incident. They said the investigation is ongoing, but they did say there's a video circulating. I know we've been talking a lot about that. They absolutely, the school board and law enforcement do not want that video circulating any longer. We did talk to some parents and students here outside. You can see they're all lined up right behind me coming out of the Coliseum. We were able to chat with some of them that mentioned that video, said it has been circulating, and they're, you know, kind of disgusted actually by it. That was the word that one of the mothers we talked to used. They're also telling us that they are just happy to see their kids. We have a mom coming up at 4 where we'll hear from her, and she told us she was elated. Her daughter was texting her while this was going on. Said she was beyond scared, not having any idea, feeling almost helpless, not being able to go in. That gate was up for hours today. She was actually one of those parents that was sitting in the parking lot across from the school, just fearful, calling and texting her daughter. I also spoke with a student here who said she was in allegedly a wing in the school that was not in the wing where the incident occurred. She said that they were placed on lockdown. They didn't really hear much other than that they were getting on these buses and they were coming to the center to meet with their parents. Now parents are lined up waiting to meet their kids inside. I believe they're signing them out, which is why they have that long line right here. But we're going to keep you posted with what we hear from, you know, law enforcement and parents as we stay at this spot.
Yeah, that unification process is going to take some time. What was really interesting to me when Chad was going down the line, I hear that there's metal detectors. Oh, well, sometimes there's metal detectors. There's not always metal detectors.
Right. And there are still unanswered questions about the deadly stabbing at North Forsyth High School. We do not know the name of the victim. We do not know the name of the other student who was involved. We don't know if any arrests have been made yet. So those are the things that are outstanding. But also, were metal detectors in place? Were they up and running when the students arrived at school today?
Maybe not today. Maybe.
Right.
We're going to find out. I mean, that is definitely one of the many questions we'll be asking. They did, do that news conference at 2. I'm imagining there's going to be something else a little bit later on, but for sure tomorrow. while they don't answer questions at a news conference, we are continuing to ask questions, just so that you know that. We have every crew asking probably every agency, every question that you can imagine as well, so that we can get you more information.
We did get a statement from Governor Josh Stein. I did just receive a statement from Winston-Salem Mayor Alan Joynes. Let me read it to you live right now. I am very saddened by this senseless tragedy. I extend my heartfelt sympathy to the family of the student and to the students and faculty at North Forsyth. We will continue to pursue our efforts on our youth violent crime reduction program. Again, that's from Winston-Salem Mayor Alan Joynes, longtime mayor there.
Right, and they've long been, trying to do different kinds of activities and things in conjunction with the sheriff's office and also the police department. And both of those two leaders, both Penn and Kimbrough, have been very vocal the last 5 years about, hey, this is not just a law enforcement issue.
Yes.
This is a community issue. This is a parent issue. This is a kid issue. This is an everyone issue.
Very much so. Let's continue our coverage now with WFMY News 2's Chad Silber. He is live at the Joel Coliseum. This is where parents are reuniting with their kids. Chad.
Yeah, Julia, a very remarkable scene here outside the Joel as families just wait to put their eyes and their hands on their child after what has turned into a really sad and tragic day here, and one that these families won't ever forget. Keep in mind, these families had not seen their child yet. From what we understand, the kids were bused here, and now parents are waiting in this agonizingly long line to see their child. They all had to go get a sheet of paper and fill out the information for their child to prove that they are the parent or guardian of their child. They had to leave their phones in the car. They had to leave everything in the car to stand in this line when it's 37 degrees and they're freezing, and they just want to see their child. I'm gonna walk over to this line and just kind of see how they're doing. If you've been watching us for a while, you know that a lot of mixed feelings in this line. Obviously, a lot of parents are worried. A lot of them are upset that this has occurred, especially considering this is really the third violent weapons encounter, I suppose you could call, at North Forsyth this year. There was a gun that was confiscated. If it wasn't on the first day, it was shortly after, and a student was arrested. And then just a month ago tomorrow, a student was arrested accused of bringing a gun to school. My IFB is falling out here a little bit. Please forgive me. So now the parents have arrived here and are set to pick up their kids.
Just report me if you see me. Look,
how are you doing?
Oh, Lord.
Everything okay?
Yes. Thank
you. Do you go to school here?
Yes.
Or not here, but at North Forsyth? Yes. I just can't even imagine what your. Would you mind chatting with me for a minute?
It's your turn, Nene. It's your turn.
How are you feeling?
I was like, at first when somebody had said it in class, I was like, nah, that couldn't have happened, because you don't really think kids just go out here hurting each other. But then when everything just started to unfold and I heard all the sirens, it was just like, dang, you're not even safe where you're supposed to be getting your education at.
And what grade are you in?
I'm in the 9th grade.
9th grade, okay. So first year here. I mean, and you remember, I think a couple of days after school started, there was someone that was caught with a gun, and then last month someone got arrested for having a gun on campus. What do you think?
Oh no, I don't want to go there no more. It's like you don't even feel safe. You just got to keep your head on a swivel because you don't know what people can do to you.
Do you know, so I talked to a couple other parents and they were talking about how the metal detectors aren't used every day. Do you know, do they use them often?
They use them if a situation happens, like the gun situation, they pulled out the metal detectors for 2 days and then they put them back up. But the metal detectors don't really work for real.
Do you know, did they have metal detectors today?
No, they didn't.
I just can't even imagine what you're feeling.
It's crazy.
And you can't be mom, you're too young to be mom, but how are you feeling?
Cold, but really
just numb, just trying to get out here in a timely fashion because it's happened numerous times before. So we know that there's a protocol. We know that we're going to have to meet the kids somewhere. We're going to have to sign them out. It's going to be hectic. And then for it to be this time of year, you know, people are out here with small children. You know, you just feel bad about the whole situation. It's terrible that we having to go through this more often than not, like way too often.
How did you find out about this today?
Well, my husband came and told me that there was a large police presence at the school. And then we don't live far from the school, so then I saw like 2 or 3 carloads of police officers like come by with their lights on. And shortly after that, it was on breaking news.
What do you think is the issue? Why do you think that this happens?
I honestly feel like, get my phone, Nene. I honestly feel like the kids, they don't have a positive outlet. They're just doing anything. I think we need to cater to trying to get them, whether it be boys or girls club, big brothers, big sisters, something that's directed towards our teenage, our youth, because they are our future, and we have to give them something to go by. We're not giving them anything to go by. They're just out here all the time, just trying to find something to do. And we don't have anything that's taking them from the streets. So I don't mind is the devil's playground. If we don't give them anything positive to do, they're going to find stuff to do in a negative light. And that's just a harsh reality. We haven't given them anything to do, anywhere to go. And I know money is an issue, but we got to do something. We can't keep doing this.
So when you go home and this conversation comes up, what do you say? What do you say to them?
I just always remind my kids to never run to, like, just trying to see or video. I know social media is big for them, but never run to see what's going on. Never be trying to see and in the midst of what's going on, because these things can happen to innocent bystanders, and you never want to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, especially when it's somewhere that you have to be, like school. So I just always remind my girls to just be where you're supposed to be, never run to no fights, never be trying to see what's going on, because most of the time it's going to be more hazard than help.
And you go to school at North Forsyth too?
Yes.
And what grade are you in? 9th grade, okay. Well, so are you, okay, so what was this day like for you?
It was, at first, it was a normal day. I just came to school. I was like, you know, it was a simple day. We was gonna have a game after the school and all that. And then they said, like, all of a sudden it was a lockdown in first period. And at first I'm just like, okay, let me be calm, because it shouldn't be too crazy. But then my teacher like came and she was like, I could sense worry, and she's like, everybody just calm down, sit down, and like we gonna figure this out. So I'm just like, what's going on? Like, that's when I started getting worried and stuff like that. So it's just a lot. Like, I don't know how to feel, honestly.
You feel numb to stuff after a while. Sad to say that this isn't the first time that tragedy has struck our family, and not this in this way and others. So at some point you just become numb to it all, and you just try to take it one thing at a time and just hope for the best, and try to train your children up in a way that you would want them to go when you're not around. Your kids are always going to be the best when you're there, but when you're not around, what they do counts most then. When you're not around, when no one's watching you, are you going to have the same integrity that you have when your parents are there? That's what I drill into my girls.
That is the most important message. I know that you're not going to be in school tomorrow. What do you think going back on Thursday is going to be like?
It's going to be weird, definitely. Like, everything's not going to be the same. Like, they're going to try to make it
you know, like, oh, it's a regular school day, but nobody's gonna really forget or like erase. They can't erase what happened. So I honestly feel bad for the family, and I just feel bad for everyone who had to experience it.
What are your classmates saying about all this?
I mean, they were just worried. They were sad. Like, some people knew him, so they were just upset, and everybody's just like, I don't know, everybody's just feeling a way about it.
Do you get nervous going to school?
Not like that, but now I would be, because you never know what the day holds.
Well, I'll be thinking about you guys this week.
Thank you.
Thank you for spending time with me.
Most certainly. Thank
Please
you
go
so
get
much.
go get warm.
I am. Thank you.
Sure. You know, we're hearing a lot of the same sentiment from a lot of parents here. They're just, I think, maybe exhausted is the word. And you know, I really like what that mom said, that it's so important that you drill into your kids' brains how to act when they're not around. Obviously, most kids behave in front of the parents. We've all been kids. We know what it's like when the parents aren't around. And so just really just giving that lesson to their kids. You know, this is how you need to act in public. This is how you become a good person. This is how we raised you, and we want you to succeed in life, and we want you to get better at things. And you know, I really appreciate that mom's sentiment and that teaching that she really wants to instill into her kids. Again, a lot of people here, this line just keeps getting longer. I honestly don't really even see the end of the line, but it's just, it is moving rather slowly. Hi guys, how are you doing? You cold? You warm? Trying to stay warm?
I'm from New York. It's okay.
Okay. How are you feeling? Do you have a child who goes to school here? Yeah. A son or a daughter? Both. Okay. How are they feeling? Have you talked to them? You haven't talked to them?
Not since earlier.
Okay. What did they say? How you know, I can't even imagine what it was like for them to be in school during that.
Me either. I'm not too sure. I just want to lay eyes on both of them.
Yeah. I know that they're handing out sheets. Did you get one of the sheets?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand why you're not supposed to have your phone, but I imagine that's difficult.
No bag. I might hit someone over the head with one.
How are you feeling?
Annoyed. I'm cold.
Do you have a family member who goes to school here?
My brother.
Your brother.
He's fine. He just sat in the classroom all day. And now I'm standing outside the ship.
Well, I hope the line goes shorter for you. How are you feeling? Yeah?
I can't tell if it's running or not. I ain't paying no attention.
How do you have a child who goes to school here? Two.
Yeah.
And what are they saying about today?
They just text me. They seem alright. They just, you know, it's like probably in shock a little bit, but they seem like
Yeah.
they're handling it pretty good, you know.
How did you find out about it today?
My daughter, she texted me from
What,
school.
and what did she say?
She said we on lockdown. Is 2 stabbings or somebody got stabbed. Something like that.
And what was your first reaction?
Like, oh my goodness, like what? You know, been asking questions. You know me. I said, are they? You know, but she told me everybody was safe. Besides, I guess the ones that got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to be moving okay, so I hope you get up to the front soon.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. I mean, it's same story, you know, story after story. You know, they got a call from their child, they saw it on the news, they saw it on social media, and now they're just waiting to put their eyes on their child for the first time since this really traumatic experience for a lot of families, a lot of kids who saw something today, who heard something today, who know people who saw or heard something. This line's going to be out here for a while. You can see it's moving rather slowly, and we'll just we're gonna stay here till this line is done. Let's send it back to the studio now, and let's regroup.
Hearing that mom also say, you know, I'm also teaching them, when you see something, you don't stay there and look around to see what's happening.
Right.
You move.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Something I found to be interesting during Chad's discussion with the one family who have the daughters in the 9th grade, talking about just with the metal detectors. And they're saying they didn't see the metal detectors were not being used this morning. Keep in mind, we have not confirmed that information with Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, but you know, we're hearing more throughout the hours since the incident happened this morning, just some more details, but right now, you know, as you heard live there, students are saying that it was not in use at this morning. I do want to read you a quick statement that the new superintendent, Don Phipps, sent out to the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District, to the community. Let me just read you a couple lines here. It is with profound sadness that we share news of an incident that happened at North Forsyth High School. An altercation resulted in the injury of one student and the death of another.
That is new information.
Okay.
Right, because we didn't know that the other student was injured.
Right. That's correct. Our law enforcement partners are actively working on the investigation. Violence has no place at our schools. We are calling on our community to surround our students and staff with kindness and care at this moment. Keep in mind, North Forsyth High School will be closed tomorrow. Crisis teams will be available at the education building, at headquarters, available to people who need it.
I mean, you know, this is one of those things where we're going to continue to talk about it, not just for North Forsyth, but for every student who goes to a school or is in any public place, because we just want to keep our kids safe.
Right. And at this time, the students from North Forsyth, they're headed to the Jewel Coliseum to be reunited with their parents. As you saw with Chad's picture, there's a very, very long line. So this reunification process could be taking a while. We will continue to check in there on WFMY News 2 at 4 o'clock. Stay right there. We are on top of breaking news to start WFMY News 2 at 4 o'clock.
Right now, parents are reuniting with their kids after a deadly stabbing at North Forsyth High School in Winston-Salem. You see this live look at that very long line at the Joel Coliseum. We have just learned from the superintendent that another student was hurt in the stabbing.
You're looking at that line wrapped around the stadium as everyone is trying to pick up their students and head home. We understand that the students are inside the Joel Coliseum. Investigators say a fight led to that deadly stabbing involving 2 students at North Forsyth High School this morning.
Law enforcement says the call came in right around 11 a.m. We've seen a large police presence outside ever since. Chief William Penn says this is and these are his direct words, a dark day for the city, and that something needs to change.
As a community, we're going to have to absolutely work together to stop senseless violence, period.
Right now, we are still working to learn more about the student who died and what led up to that stabbing, and whether or not somebody is in custody.
Investigators have said that there is not a threat to the community.
Again, though, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office confirmed the death, and Superintendent Dr. Don Phillips confirmed another student is injured. Reaction is beginning to pour in from all over. Within the last hour, Governor Josh Stein shared on social media, the stabbing that took place at North Forsyth High School is shocking and horrible. I am praying for all students in the community and their loved ones. North Carolinians need to be safe wherever they are, especially in school. I have spoken with Sheriff Kimbrough to offer my support. We must never stop working toward a safer North Carolina.
Meantime, Winston-Salem Mayor Alan Joynes just released a statement saying this: I am very saddened by the senseless tragedy. I extend my heartfelt sympathy to the family of the student and to the students and faculty at North Forsyth. We will continue to pursue our efforts on our youth violent crime reduction program. We have live team coverage on this deadly school stabbing. Our crews have been on the scene for several hours now.
Let's first go to WFMY News 2's Chad Silber, who's at the Joel. Parents are waiting to reunite with students, and Chad, it has been an emotional scene as you've talked to people in line.
Yeah, emotional, sobering, ladies, really just so many words to describe what is happening here. You think of the Joel Coliseum on a typical day, a typical weekend day. You've got a line of people that looks a lot like this, excited for a concert or some sort of event. Today's line is much different. It's got a much different feeling as parents wait in line to put their eyes and their hands on their kids for the first time after this deadly incident at North Forsyth High School today. And this line just keeps going. It's moving slowly, but it's long. And these are all parents who are waiting out here in 30-some degree weather. Just imagine what their nerves are now, knowing what their child went through today, being in a school where this violent incident occurred. I talked with a lot of parents over the last couple of hours, and they're understandably shaken, they're understandably upset, and they understandably want answers as to what happened at that school today. A lot of the parents you might see, they all seem to be holding a sheet of paper in their hands. So when they got to this line today, I'm not sure if it was law enforcement or someone from the city, but each family member was given one sheet of paper where they were to write down all of the information about their child who goes to North Forsyth High School so they can confirm that it is indeed their child. And then they have to wait in this line to be reunited with their children. The line is moving at about a trickle, and coming out, it's about the same way. And you see moms, dads, aunts, uncles, grandparents coming out with their kids one by one as they have reunited with them here at at the Joel, all students at North Forsyth High School. Talked to a lot of the parents today who got a call from their child. One woman said she got a FaceTime from her child who was in the area of this violent stabbing, and the child FaceTimed her, and so she was able to see some of it unfold as it was happening. Imagine what that is like for a mother to see her son, her daughter, go through something like that. A lot of these parents said they heard about it on social media, and right now, so they're not allowed to have their phones with them in this line for whatever reason. So, you know, a lot of these parents have been waiting here for maybe an hour or so, haven't actually talked to their child in that amount of time. Talked to some parents as they were coming out with their kids, talked to some of their kids. I spoke with one daughter, one ninth grader who's obviously a freshman at North Forsyth. Just couldn't believe that it happened here today, especially considering there was a gun incident back close to the first day of school. There was also someone arrested for having a gun on campus a month ago. And so to have this happen today, still within the first semester of the school year, is unfathomable for a school district, for a school to go through. And so a lot of these parents are just waiting to get their kids. And understandably, a lot of the parents really said they don't feel like sending their kid to school here anymore. But in the same breath, a lot of them don't blame the school. They blame the school district. Why? I'm not really sure. Everyone has their own opinion about what went wrong here. We know that this school does have metal detectors. We know that they are often used. One student told us that after some of these incidents, they'll use the metal detectors for a couple of days afterward, but that they're not used every day. One student told us they were not using metal detectors today. The school district, the sheriff's office, none of those agencies have confirmed that information. We are working to get that information, but right now everybody is staying pretty tight-lipped about the investigation because, you know, there's just a lot that has to go through. Again, law enforcement gathered this afternoon to give that update, to share their frustrations, to share the facts and what they know and what they're working to learn more about. I want to take a listen to a portion of that news conference that occurred just a couple of hours ago.
We have some work to do. Not just work with this, but we have some work to do in our community.
And that sounded like Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. And if you watch this news conference with Sheriff Kimbrough, it was a very different tone than we hear from him in normal scenarios. You could tell that he's both frustrated and upset and exhausted about what has gone on here. You know, he, as well as Chief Penn, have stood in front of a podium countless times talking about violence in schools. We go back to Mount Tabor just 4 years ago when Sheriff Kimbrough had to talk about the situation that occurred there. And so, you know, we have a lot to cover over the next couple of hours. I want to go to WFMY News 2's Amber Lake, who was our first reporter on scene today over at the school. Really, and Amber, are you able to give us a sense of what it was like in the moments after this occurred, after you arrived there?
Yes, Chad, and I want to start with that today has been such an emotional day for so many people. Just being here on scene when we first got here, the atmosphere and the emotion is so heavy today. Actually, while standing out here and reporting earlier this afternoon, I learned that I have a cousin that goes to high school here, and I've been texting back and forth with him, and he told me that this incident happened during class change. He said that he was heading to his next class after that delay this morning because of black ice, and he said that he saw and heard everything that happened and immediately started running. He said it was absolute chaos, like ants just scattering out inside the school. When we first got here, we saw tons of law enforcement officers. We saw tons of parents just embracing each other, crying to one another. It was very emotional too, because at one point we saw two women leave the officers after speaking with them. They started walking towards where we were standing, and they just collapsed to the ground, and they just started hysterically crying. That's when other parents ran towards them and embraced them. It was just chaos this morning. Obviously, it has calmed down a lot since then, but it's hard to really put into words the emotion that you felt just driving into these areas. All of these parents just waiting for answers. All of these parents just wanting to know if their child is okay. I talked to one parent who got a text from her son this morning. She said that after receiving that text, she immediately came here and tried to figure out what was going on.
Pissed. Like, this is unsafe. Like, you should be able to go to work or be at home knowing that your kid is in school learning and safe, not this.
Is in the collision, maybe.
Are they okay?
Yes, yes.
I mean, you can just tell from those interviews, like, these parents have no answers, and that's what we're still waiting for today, is answers to so many questions that we have regarding this incident. You can see we still have law enforcement here on North Forsyth High School. I'm not sure if they're letting people inside right now. I don't think they are. We have seen some people, some buses, some cars pulling out of this area, but the best thing that we can do right now, and you at home, is to keep all of these family members, these students, these staff in your prayers right now. Chad?
Yeah, Amber, it's going to be a difficult few days, few weeks, few months for a lot of these people who saw or heard what was happening here. You know, a couple of the parents just didn't even want to talk because they were just so beside themselves about what happened here. Lauren Tier is another one of our reporters who was on the scene shortly after this occurred. She was near campus. I'd like to go to her now to get her perspective on what she saw and heard today. Lauren.
Yeah, so absolutely a very different scene out here at this back entrance of North Forsyth High School. It's really been just traffic, just cars and buses going in and out. Not a lot of people. Haven't seen any reunifications, any of that emotion that Amber was touching on. There have been police officers and deputies manning this exit and entrance all day that I've been here. There was a switchover just recently where there weren't any officers. Now there is one over there. He had closed one side of this gate, it appears, and so the traffic has just been a little backed up because of that. We've had some buses have some difficulty getting in and out, but other than that, no people walking in or out of the school from this back entrance. So like I said, not a whole lot of emotion going on back here. Haven't seen many students or anything like that, just buses and lots of law enforcement vehicles. Chad?
Lauren, thank you. And happening right now outside on this line, it looks as though sheriff's deputies have now started to talk to people. This is one about the first times that I have seen the sheriff's deputies going through the line, talking to each of the people. They're all looking at these sheets of paper. They all received these sheets of paper today where they have to fill out the information of their child on this sheet, and so they can show proof that they are here to pick up their child. So that's what they're doing right now. Again, this line is still looks like at least a few dozen. I can't see the end of the line, so I don't know how long it is. But this line has been going on for hours and will likely continue to for a while. I also want to go to Christina Dillon. She is out here as well. Christina, what are you seeing from your perspective?
That's right. I've been out here for a few hours, Chad. I started at the school today, and then I was at the press conference, and now we're here at the reunification site. So I've seen a lot of parents, a lot of students. I've been able to chat with some of them. Students told me that if they didn't actively see what had happened today, this stabbing, or heard it, they were actually across the school with little to no information when a lockdown hit, and they were told they'd be placed on buses and brought here to this reunification site. Parents, same thing. I spoke with a parent today who told me she felt really helpless in the moment when her daughter was contacting her.
She was texting me the whole time I was there, and it's a little, I guess, overwhelming because, you know, you can't come and you can't pick them up, you can't, you know, do anything about it. You're just, feelings are just everywhere, so it's very overwhelming. So it's parked across the street, and it's just, all I was worried about is whether she's okay and going to get her.
And again, you know, at the press conference, they did say the investigation was ongoing, so they haven't released the victim's name. We do know a victim was stabbed and did die, and also that another student was injured. They had some type of altercation. We are waiting more information from law enforcement at this time. Chad?
Christina, thanks so much. You know, we've mentioned that kids will not be going to school tomorrow. There will be crisis counselors when they do return the day after tomorrow. But a lot of the parents here, and no surprise, a lot of the students too, don't feel safe. They don't want to go back to school. I mean, I imagine how difficult it would be to go back to school after something like this occurred on your campus. We've got a lot more coming up a little bit later, but let's go back into the studio for now.
I mean, throughout the day, we've seen a whole lot of chatter online about the stabbing, specifically from parents.
We have been combing through those posts all day long. WFMY News 2 Sydney Moore has more on what people are sharing.
That's right. Hundreds of people have commented on our Facebook page since we posted about this deadly incident, many praying for the students and community. Here are a few of those comments right here. I just want to comb through some of them. Susie Simmons right here says, heartbreaking, prayers for the family and school. Sabrina Brown praying for the families and the students and the teachers at North Forsyth High School. Donna Marlette says, this is horrible, prayers for the families. Now, Regina Holly, this one's a little bit personal on what many parents are feeling as we've interviewed them out on this scene. I know they spoke with our Chad Silber. Regina Holly says, and yet another reason I am scared to death that my grandson has to start school next year. I know this was high school, but it could happen in a lower grade also. And Ashley Wise right here says, oh my, how terrible. Prayers to all the families, students, teachers, staff, and EMS. Again, we have been getting hundreds of comments since hearing about this deadly incident. I will continue to monitor them as they continue to come in. Julie.
Sydney, thank you. Again, to recap, law enforcement says one person is dead after a fight between two students at North Forsyth High School led to a stabbing this morning. We do know that right now the identity of the victim has not been released. The other student was also injured. That person's name has also not been released. Police say that there is no ongoing threat to the community.
Now, because of all of this that has happened, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools Board of Education meeting scheduled for tonight. It is not happening. Again, this is a developing story. We will continue to have updates all throughout this afternoon. We'll bring you one right after the break.
gone. There's still no official opening date, but the developer says the plan is to open soon. This location has faced many delays. The developer says the delay this time is getting the permit is one of the main factors of pushing back this time.
Going through the rest of the week, cold weather overall is still going to be with us. And you might notice December overall has just been a really cold start to the month. We've been about 8 degrees below average. I do see us staying dry through the next couple of days, but that doesn't mean there's not weather to talk about. For tomorrow, the wind is going to whip up. It's ahead of this cold front. And a lot of times in this time of year, when you get a cold front, you warm up ahead of it, and then you cool down behind it. So we'll warm up to around 50 for tomorrow afternoon. That wind whipping around a little bit. Now the mountains will get a little snow out of that cold front tomorrow night. We will stay dry. And I do see us being pretty chilly for Thursday of this week. High temperatures will only be in the low 40s. So that's going to be more cold weather headed our way, and more chill should be moving in too by Friday of this week. So it's kind of day after day that we'll have to keep an eye on. Virginia will get some more snow. We will stay dry. That's the latest on your forecast. We'll be right back after this.
We are continuing our breaking news coverage this evening following a deadly stabbing in Winston-Salem this afternoon. One student at North Forsyth High School is dead. Another is hurt.
Right now, parents are waiting to reunite with their kids after that deadly stabbing in Winston-Salem. Investigators say the stabbing happened during an altercation between two students. Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough said earlier, pray for the community. It is truly another sad day for Forsyth County.
It's a dark day for our city. Events like this have shaken us to our very core.
Chief William Penn also saying the same thing. This is a dark time. This is what the scene has looked like for several hours now. Winston-Salem PD, Forsyth County Sheriff's Office surrounding North Forsyth High School.
Students are being transported from the high school to the Joel Coliseum. That's where we find WFMY News 2's Chad Silber, where the kids are reuniting with their parents.
And Julie, they're calling it the reunification area, where, as you mentioned, the parents are reuniting with their kids for the first time after what has turned into just a really sad day at North Forsyth High School. This is the line behind me, and you can finally see the end of it. It's been going on for hours. Parents waiting out here in the 30-something degree weather, just waiting to see their kids. And the line is finally coming to an end. And slowly but surely, you see parents there with their kids after they've picked them up from what will be a day that they will never forget, both the parents as well as the students. And now it's time to go home and talk to your kids about what happened here. Talk to your kids about what they saw or what they heard. You know, I think probably the most memorable thing that I have heard today from a parent was a woman who has a daughter who's a freshman here. And she said, and I asked her, I said, how do you move on from this, and how do you talk to your kids once you get home about what they saw and heard here today, knowing that they're going to have to come back to school here in 2 days? And I just really appreciate that she said that you have to drill into their head the importance of being a good person when they're not around. So, you know, when it comes to kids in general, kids tend to behave around the parents, and then when they get away from the parents, they might not. We've all been kids, we've all been there. But it's important that you teach them how to act in public and how to act around each other. And I just, that really stuck with me because her daughter, her kids, I think they're going to do well because she really instilled some good values into them. Nonetheless, this has been a really tough day for a lot of families here. I know Amber Lake, one of our reporters, she was our first reporter on scene over at North Forsyth High School today after what has been just a chaotic day. Amber, explain what you saw and heard during that time.
Well, Chad, it's been a long past few hours. I mean, me and my photographer have been out here for a little over 4.5 hours today. And the atmosphere this entire time, even now, is very, very heavy, very emotional, even with the parents and a lot of the law enforcement leaving this area. When we got here earlier today, around 11:45, 12 o'clock, there were so many parents on the other side of this road, on the other side of North Forsyth High School, and a lot of law enforcement on this side standing behind a closed gate, and there were just so many emotions going on. We saw a few family members talking with law enforcement and then walking over to the other side of the road, completely collapsing to the ground, sobbing, saying no, why, asking a lot of questions. We didn't want to go up and ask what was going on, but we knew that something bad happened here at North Forsyth High School today. That's when we saw the entire community, it seemed like, just come together. We saw parent after parent rushing towards these family members, hugging them, getting on the ground with them. And it is a cold day. Remember, we had some wet weather yesterday. This is a wet ground, and they were just on the ground with them, just holding them and being there for them. That's how much this community is here for one another, and it's truly remarkable to see. Everyone is wanting the same thing out of this. They want answers. They want to know how this was able to happen, how this student was able to bring a weapon in, and why this happened. Whenever parents send their children to school, they should be worrying about if they're going to have their homework completed. They should be worrying about the next sporting event that they're going to be attending. They should not have to worry about their student, their child being shot or stabbed whenever they go to school to learn. This is just an emotional day, and it's going to take a lot of people a lot of time to recover from this, guys.
Amber, thank you so much. Throughout the last several hours, leaders have been releasing statements about that deadly stabbing.
Yeah, that includes Governor Josh Stein, who said this on social media: the stabbing that took place in North Forsyth High School is shocking and horrible. I am praying for all students in the community and their loved ones. North Carolinians need to be safe wherever they are, especially in school. I have spoken with Sheriff Kimbrough to offer my support. We must never stop working toward a safer North Carolina.
Winston-Salem Mayor Alan Joynes also issued a statement saying, "I'm very saddened by the senseless tragedy. I extend my heartfelt sympathy to the family of the student and to the students and faculty at North Forsyth. We will continue to pursue our efforts on our youth violent crime reduction program." He did send me a new addition to this statement. He said, "As part of this, we are meeting with 10 different youth groups to get their input." I followed up and asked him when they plan to be meeting with these youth groups. I have not yet heard a response.
We're checking in now with WFMY News 2's Christina Dillon. Christina was at the news conference this afternoon, heard the official statements about what happened at the scene.
She joins us live now outside the Joel Coliseum, where Chad is also there, but also seeing a different perspective as parents are reuniting with their children.
That's right. I was at the school today, then the press conference. Now I am here at the Joel Coliseum. At the press conference, officials started with the first thing right off the bat was prayers for everybody involved in this tragedy. That was, they harped on that throughout the entire press conference, that was extremely important to make sure that we're supporting this family as a community, as a state. As you mentioned, Governor Josh Stein commented on this. And at the press conference, they also mentioned that, there was a stabbing, that somebody was tragically lost their life. We now know another student was injured. They did say that school is going to be closed tomorrow. They also said they'll have crisis support teams for faculty and students. They aren't releasing the circumstances of everything right now. We have followed up with them and have gotten the response even later after the press conference that this is an ongoing investigation and they're not releasing details about the circumstances. But here at the Joel Coliseum, I have been able to see a lot of parents and students reuniting after a scary and a crazy chaotic day. Absolutely overjoyed just to see each other. I actually saw a mom and a son just a few minutes ago here completely embracing. You could see her get emotional, and it's definitely been an emotional toll for these kids and their parents, and of course the family of the person involved in this. We did speak to a mother here who met up with her kid after all of this, but mentioned, how that family must be feeling.
Today was very scary. It is just mind-blowing because it's like you never think that this will happen, and when it actually does, it's very scary. Yeah, she was texting me the whole time. I'm just blessed that she's okay. I mean, my heart goes out to the grandma and the mother, like the whole family, but I'm just thankful that she's okay.
That mom told us that, her daughter was texting her actively while this was going on, and that she felt extremely helpless. She couldn't see her daughter. All she could do was text with her or have a voice call with her. But she was on the other side of those gates across from North Forsyth High School, just worrying about what was going on. So to be able to come here today and be able to reunite with her daughter, she says that was a blessing. Chad?
Back here in the studio, definitely a sigh of relief as those parents are reuniting with their kids and being able to give them those hugs and that hugs of reassurance too. Well, many parents and community members are reacting to the deadly school stabbing on social media.
WFMY News 2 Sydney Moore has been gathering comments and reactions from parents all across the district. So Sydney, what are parents saying?
And there are so many comments, Tanya. Many people are offering their thoughts and prayers after hearing about this deadly stabbing incident. I've also combed through many comments of people who have children that are also in high school. Here are a few. Susie Simmons says, heartbreaking prayers for the family and school. Sabrina Brown praying for the families and the students and the teachers at North Forsyth High School. These are a few on the screen, but I also have some coming in right now as the show is going on. One person said here, his name is Kyle Dortch. He said, "Oh no, my band students at Eastern Guilford have played against North Forsyth High School. Awesome group of kids. Hope everyone else is safe and that the family finds comfort in this terrible time." So you can obviously see that this is truly hitting the community in such an impactful way here. Donna Marlette is saying, "This is horrible. Prayers for the families." Paula Swinson says, "Such sad times we live in, praying for these broken families." And again, many people sharing emojis, sharing prayer emojis, offering their thoughts and prayers, and really coming together to support this community in any way that they can. Tanya?
All right, so what we know is that school is canceled tomorrow at North Forsyth High School, and this is going to give students and staff and families the time that they need, right? They need to process what happened, they need to grieve. Some of the students we heard in line today said that they knew who the student was, and so that is a lot to have to take in as a kid. The superintendent shared that a crisis team will be meeting with faculty and staff, and student resources will be on campus when they return.
Right now, many questions still remain, though, about what led up to that altercation that then led to that stabbing, the identity of the victim, and also the extent of the injuries to the other student. And we also do not know the identity of that other student. Also, students are saying that the metal detectors were not in place this morning, so we are trying to get some clarification from the school district if that in fact is the case this morning. We will continue our live coverage as we continue to get more information about the North Forsyth High School deadly stabbing. We'll be right back. We're going to notice NASCAR, the city of Winston-Salem, and Winston-Salem State just started construction on a brand new video board. The new LED display is nearly twice the size of the old one. It'll be 32 feet wide with a much sharper, brighter, high-def picture quality. It'll show the live videos, real-time scoring, stats, and even split-screen content during races and football games. The board will make its debut during NASCAR's 2026 Cookout Clash weekend at the end of January. Tanger Outlets in Mebane is extending its holiday hours as we're heading into the final weeks before Christmas. Tanger will be open as early as 8 a.m. on Christmas Eve. For a full list of their hours, you can check our website. This Saturday, a little bit thing to note here, December the 13th, their Winter Wonderland event is from noon to 6. Kids can enjoy crafts, characters, face painting, and a little snow right there in center court. Let's take a look at something that is happening right now. This is a live look at the WFMY News 2 Holiday Blood Drive happening at Piedmont Hall in Greensboro. We have teamed up with the American Red Cross to collect your donations. It is so lovely to see all the people there because usually before 5 o'clock tea, it is usually not as busy, but we like to see this. Keep in mind, walk-ins are welcome, so please come on out. This is the greatest gift to give because it costs absolutely nothing, but you are giving the gift of life. We are taking donations until 7 o'clock. Please head on out. No appointment required.
Around here, basketball isn't a game. It's a proving ground, and the best ballers in our backyard are ready to claim the court. The old HACO Invitational, now the AAR Invitational. New name, same holiday hoops tradition. December 18th through the 20th at the Greensboro Complex. Don't miss the next generation of stars. For ticket information, visit WFMYnews2.com.
Aquatic animals to see at the Greensboro Science Center, even some that might not even exist.
So WFMY News 2's Manning Franks met a real-life mythical creature in this edition of What to See at the GSC.
Everybody, I'm Manning Franks at the Greensboro Science Center for What to See at the GSC, and I'm here because I've heard unconfirmed reports that there is a mermaid here. It's a mermaid! Wow, It's not every day I get to see an actual real-life mermaid. May I ask what's your name?
So my name is Mariana Trench.
This is the aquarium you're here. Where are we in particular?
So this is our Merry Mermaid Grotto. My friends and I like to come here and visit with all of our friends. One day we were all hanging out in our Caribbean seabed and Miss Martha came over. She swam on by and she said, "We have an idea for you guys. Would you like to spread some Christmas cheer and come over to our Science Center and share your love of our sea creatures?" So I really hope they take away just a general love for the sea creatures and their oceans.
I'm told you can stand, is that correct?
Yes, so these mermaids here, we were actually taught how to walk and stand by our epaulette sharks.
Can you do that?
Absolutely.
Oh my God, so this is a walking, talking mermaid here in real life here at the Science Center.
Yes, you don't see those every day.
You can walk thanks to the epaulette sharks. First off, they walk?
Yes, they do. So they're also known as walking sharks. And in the wild, they live in tide pools where they can walk from one to the other when one of them dries out. They can hold their breath for a very long time as well.
So, may I ask, and I hope I'm not being disrespectful, how are you breathing here out in the air?
Yes, so we can hold our breath for quite a while, but
course.
We're up here for a very long time, so we use our magic pearl to give us the magic to breathe on land.
You mean this pearl right over here?
Yes!
Wow, okay, so this is like lit up not just for Winter Wonder Lights, but there's magic behind it.
Yes, absolutely.
So you're saying this is where magic and science come together at the Science Center. Ah, I see this, the magic of the holidays and the science of the center.
There you go.
Back outside in the cold, and I'll tell you, it really feels like winter here. No snow threat today, of course, no ice threat either, but it's just been in the 30s every step of the way. Now we see some clouds kind of moving into the area right now, and that's going to be a sign of the times too. Looking at these temperatures right now, all of us are in the mid 30s currently. It's even right around freezing as we work our way toward 5 o'clock. This cold air is going to be something of a staying power over the next week or so. Most of the warmth has been confined to the middle of the country and in the west. A lot of times if we've been having a really cold month, the western U.S. has been having a really warm month. And that's kind of the way it's been going over the last couple of weeks. Farther north, we look up into the upper Midwest and the Great Lakes. They're having some rain and snow for today. That's part of a cold front that will get closer to us going into tomorrow. Here's what happens for us. We'll stay partly cloudy for your Wednesday. You'll notice a couple of changes. Number one, it gets a lot warmer. Number two, it gets really windy. We'll have gusty winds throughout the day tomorrow, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now the temperature's not crazy warm. I do expect us to be in the upper 40s to right around 50. That'll feel pretty nice. We haven't been above 50 since way back before Thanksgiving, so it's been a little while. High pressure will slide in behind that cold front, and we'll get chilly again down into the low 40s for Thursday, and more cold air on tap heading into Friday. And a quick note about Friday as well. You see that right there? The longer range computer models, yet again, are showing a snow threat. This time, though, it's for West Virginia and Virginia. Close enough that it has my attention. If it were to trend south, we might have to watch that, but right now nothing to worry about. Overnight tonight, it's cold again. No surprises there. Upper 20s for our low temperatures. Hey, that's only about 5 to 10 degrees cooler than it is right now. For tomorrow, it's a windy day of weather. We'll have gusty winds around 30 miles per hour for the afternoon. It will not rain. It will not snow. Hey, a quick tidbit, by the way, our earliest sunsets of the season are happening right now. We actually gain a little time on the sunset side of things the next couple of weeks, while we continue to lose time in the mornings as sunrises keep on creeping a little later. 7-day forecast looking chilly through the end of the week and still breezy. A little warmer for Saturday, more cold air on the way early next week.
We're giving you a live look at Piedmont Hall in Greensboro, where the WFMY News 2 Holiday Blood Drive is underway. Folks rolling up their sleeves, giving the gift of life. If you want to help someone today, you know what? Walk-ins are welcome. To donate, you don't even need to know what your blood type is. The blood drive runs through 7 o'clock tonight. We hope to see you there. sentimental about it as well because you come every single year. You know, whether you're a first timer or an old timer, here's how it goes when you get there. It's about an hour from start to finish to do the blood donation. You're going to fill out some paperwork. They're going to take your temperature. They're going to test your iron. Then the actual blood donation takes about 10 to 15 minutes.
And here's an added benefit this year. You get an Amazon e-card sent to your email if you donate now or today or donate anytime but to December 18th. It's a nice stocking stuffer right there.
For sure. Over the next couple of hours, we'll be dipping in and out of the holiday blood drive, and we hope that you will make a decision to go there. Walk-ins are accepted. Remember, it is until 7 o'clock. For more information about donating and registering, you can get on our website.
We are on top of breaking news. Our coverage continues right now from Winston-Salem after a stabbing at North Forsyth High School ended with the death of a student and a second student hurt.
Let's talk to our children because our children need us now. The future is in need of us right now.
Law enforcement says this happened just after 11 o'clock this morning at the school. Investigators say a fight between the two students escalated to the stabbing.
A really large police and law enforcement presence from the sheriff's office remained at the school for several hours after that investigation continued. Now, hours later, the school district then started busing students to the Coliseum so that their parents could pick them up.
Governor Josh Stein released a statement just this afternoon saying the stabbing that took place at North Forsyth High School is shocking and horrible. I am praying for all students in the community and their loved ones. North Carolinians need to be safe wherever they are, especially in school. I have spoken with Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough to offer my support. We must never stop working toward a safer North Carolina. We have been live wall to wall since 12:30 this afternoon, and our live team coverage continues right now. We're covering all the angles for you, what happened, how students and parents are reacting, and law enforcement's response to this tragic stabbing at one of our schools. Let's get right to WFMY News 2's Chad Silber live at the Joel Coliseum in Winston-Salem.
Yeah, Julie, the Joel was the reunification place for all of the families and their students here after that horrific situation that occurred at North Forsyth today. The line is gone, and that is good news. It means that all of the students have now been reunited with their families, with their guardians, and I imagine there will be a lot of tough conversations that occur tonight after what happened at North Forsyth High School today. Just going through the line for the last couple of hours, I spoke with many parents who were understandably upset, understandably concerned, and just so worried about the situation that is going on in our schools today. This is not a situation that any school is immune to. It has occurred in all over the district, all over the state, all over everywhere. And unfortunately, it is something that we continue to see. And so for parents, picking up their kids today was a very emotional moment to see them, to put their hands on their kids, to give them a hug and to know that they are okay. Obviously, the school is no longer on lockdown. The families have been reunited, but it has just been a really tough day for Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools, specifically North Forsyth High School. Just 3 hours ago, Forsyth County Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. said a fight between two students at the school led to the death of a student. Sheriff Kimbrough said the fight broke out around 11 a.m. The school locked down right after that, and North Forsyth's SRO made a call requesting all hands on deck. Law enforcement booked it to the school. This type of violence, discuss Winston-Salem Police Chief William Penn.
It's a dark day for our city. Events like this have shaken us to our very core. The Winston-Salem Police Department is an assisting agency in its investigation. Much like the Sheriff's Office and the school system, we're committed to identifying what occurred. As a community, we're going to have to absolutely work together to stop senseless violence, period.
And the good news tonight, law enforcement said there is no threat to the community, but did not go into any detail about the suspect, whether that suspect was in custody, who this person is, how old they are. Up to this point, investigators did not identify the victim either or that victim's age. A crisis team did meet with school staff today, and services will be made available with that crisis team when students return to school. Now, at the earliest, that would be Thursday, because the district says North Forsyth is closed tomorrow. Sheriff Bobby Kimbrough Jr. called on the community for support.
Let's take a day of reflection and see where we are. Let's talk to our children, because our children need us now. The future is in need of us right now. We have some work to do. Not just work with this, but we have some work to do in our community.
So while we appreciated hearing from law enforcement today, we still have so many unanswered questions, which makes sense with an investigation of this type, of this magnitude. So we are pressing for more information. We know you at home want more details as well to figure out what unfolded here and why. Let's move on now to Christina Dillon, who is also live outside the Joel after speaking to lots of families today. Christina, what have they told you?
That's right, Chad. They're asking for answers too. They don't know. You know, a lot of parents told me today that they felt helpless. They were hearing from their kids, you know, their kids were calling them, their kids were texting them while something was going on, while the school was placed on lockdown after the incident had occurred, and they didn't know what was going on. Some of the students I talked to told me that they were placed on lockdown and they weren't given any information until they were told they were getting on buses to come meet family and parents here at this reunification site. So parents had said that they were in the dark. They had kind of parked across the street from the school. We saw a lot of that in our earlier coverage when we were at the school when we first learned about this, and we did see people crying, people collapsing to the ground, likely the family of the person who lost their life. It was a tragic scene. For parents here that were able to reunite with their kids, they told me they felt blessed and that they were just happy to be able to come here even though they didn't know anything and be able to be reunited with that loved one.
Got the text from his mom saying that school was on lockdown, and found out later through the news that there had been a stabbing and everything, so it was kind of stressful. And then coming here and waiting for an hour and a half outside in the cold, it was really stressful too, because we weren't prepared to what we were going to find when we got here, that we were going to be outside or anything like that. So
that's another thing that parents told me, that they didn't know, you know, what the extent of injuries or the stabbing was, that they just heard there was a stabbing and didn't know how many kids were impacted or were victims of that. So sadly, we learned that it was just that one victim. We're thankful it wasn't other, you know, kids at the school, and so were parents, but absolutely still mourning, and the community is mourning. The officials are mourning the loss of this life tonight.
Christina, thank you. As you can imagine, the impacts of this are felt far and wide beyond the school itself. For example, WFMY News 2's Amber Lake found out today she has a family member who goes to North Forsyth High School. Amber, I imagine for your family, you're feeling a lot of the same things a lot of the families here were feeling today.
Yes, and the same thing, you know, that I'm feeling, that other people are feeling is, why did this happen? How was this able to happen? I actually was out here reporting earlier this afternoon, and my watch went off, and I looked down at my watch, and it was my grandmother telling me that one of my cousins goes here to this school. So I immediately texted him. I asked him if he was okay. He said he was, but he was obviously shaken by this entire incident. He said that it was between class changes, and he heard everything that happened. He saw the chaos that unfolded, and he, after the fact, said that he was just thankful that he was able to get out of there. I mean, there was so much chaos when we first got out here today. So many parents who were so scared and so shaken by hearing that there was a stabbing at their child's high school. One mom talked to me, and she said that she got a text from her son early this morning who said, there was a stabbing at the school. I know the person who was involved. There have been incidents at this school before, and this mom said that this was just the icing on the cake for her. She said she does not want to send her son back.
I don't even want them to come back to the school. I want them to do it virtual now, because this is, it could be my kid. It could be somebody else's kid. It's always something here. And then bringing guns to school, they doing all this stuff is not safe. It's not even safe for the teachers, like dealing with this. This is, I don't know, but some gotta give.
And we've talked about this time and time again over the past couple hours, but this wasn't the first incident that's happened here at North Forsyth. This was just a death that happened, unfortunately. But when is enough going to be enough? When are we going to be able to just worry about our kids' homework when they go to school instead of something like this happening, something tragic happening? It was very emotional out here today, Chad. The atmosphere is still very heavy in this area. Law enforcement just pulled out of North Forsyth High School. I'm pretty sure that they are all gone out of this area now, but I mean, what's left behind are those emotions and that heaviness in the air, Chad.
Yeah, Amber, a lot of families going to be having a lot of very difficult conversations tonight with their students. A lot of the families that we saw, basically all of them, were here at the Joel earlier today, waited in line for hours to be reunited with their child. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman has also been outside here today talking to families. Nixon, it's a very heavy feeling to talk to these families all day and just hear what they have been going through.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's hard going up to these families and asking them just how stressful this day was. I actually arrived here to the Coliseum just after 2:30, and I was able to see with my own eyes buses with North Forsyth students dropping them off here to the back entrance of the Coliseum so then their parents could pick them up. Now, I spoke with both parents and students alike that say they could have saw this coming. One of those students says that fights in the bathroom happen all the time, but that this one just happened to turn deadly. Now, some of the other things that I had saw were that many parents were lined up to get their students, so much so that the line was wrapped around the building. Many parents had to step out of line just to put things like their cell phones in their cars, with the sheriff's office saying they couldn't take them inside. This was concerning for several of those parents, as they say their child was actually the one that alerted them that a stabbing happened at North Forsyth. They say not having the phones in line meant that communication was cut off. One of those people, Michelle Martin, says she was waiting in line for her 10th grade granddaughter.
Been on lockdown and they just getting the students here. The line is wrapped around the building. And you know, it's cold out here. Absolutely, I just don't, it's insane. They need to stop the nonsense over just petty stuff. It's awful. I can't wrap my mind around it.
Now, at the time of interviewing Martin, she told me she looked forward to reuniting with her granddaughter, but something that she didn't look forward to was her granddaughter's mental state, that she experienced something so close to her, like a stabbing at her high school on just your average Tuesday afternoon. Live in Winston-Salem, I'm Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
Nixon, thank you. And it is so crucial to have those crisis counselors that we have heard will be at school on Thursday for these students, because parents can talk to kids too, and I mean, there's going to be so much needed to help these kids cope with and process what occurred at their school today. And you know, unfortunately, when things like this happen, people rush to social media to try to find out information, but then to also offer their condolences and just show that they're a part of this community and showing their support. WFMY News 2's Sydney Moore has been monitoring those comments on social media. Sydney, a very heavy day for lots of people.
Absolutely, Chad. I mean, this has shaken a lot of people in our community. And like you said, we are seeing that in the comments. Many people are leaving on our Facebook page. You can really feel how shocked people are. And the responses have been coming in all evening. Everything from heartbreak to frustration to calls for action. Here's a look at some of your comments right here. I'm going to start here. Regina Holly. And yet another reason I am scared that my grandson has to start school next year. I know this was high school, but it could happen in lower grades also. Ashley Wise, oh, how terrible. Prayers to all the families, students, teachers, staff, and EMS. I'm getting some comments in real time as well too. Christy Trippett said, prayers to the families involved and all the students and faculty. It is a shame schools aren't safe anymore. Sarah Smith said, it starts at home. Randy Henderson also said, "My sincere condolences," and he's praying for the families and friends of this young student whose life was lost today. Grief and recovery from loss is a long process, and prayers for your healing and comfort during such a difficult time. Again, here are a few more. Susie Simmons, heartbreaking prayers for the family and the school. Mayor Joines also texted a statement to us saying he's saddened by the North Forsyth stabbing. He also said in part, "We will continue to pursue our efforts on our youth violent crime reduction program. As part of this, we are meeting with 10 different youth groups to get their input." Chad.
Sydney, thank you. And obviously school is canceled tomorrow at North Forsyth, but the students are expected to return on Thursday. And when they do, we know that there will be crisis teams there to help students process everything that happened here today. Meantime, law enforcement, they have a very heavy job ahead of them, and an important one, to figure out what occurred here today, what led up to it, why it happened, and how to move forward in a safe manner. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.